Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail live studio for stop number 3 of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Neely Henry Lake in Gadsden, Alabama. Going to be a lot of fish caught today. Everything that we've been talking about, everything we've been hearing about throughout the last 2 weeks is a lot of fish have been caught. Over 5 20-pound bags weighed in tournaments just recent as last week. You're going to see a new face out on the water today, so we're going to get to him really quickly here. Darian Craig, he's a former Alabama Bass Trail North Division angler. Darian's going to be filling in for Robbie Floyd today as Robbie's on a different assignment, but we do have Darian out on the water. He's going to be doing live. He's going to be doing the emceeing this afternoon on the stage, so be sure to welcome Darian into the Alabama Bass Trail crew. We're going to get right out to him because they've got a national anthem to get going, and they also have 225 boats to blast off. So, Darian, welcome to the Alabama Bass Trail team. We look forward to seeing you out on the water today, but let's get to it.
All right, guys, it's time to get things going. The fog is cleared this morning, and I know everyone's ready to get blasted off. So, John, I believe it's time for us to go. All right, we're looking at boat number 1 this morning. Boat number 1, Riley Johnson and Ryan Haney. Boat number 2, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Boat number 3, Clint Hutcherson and Drew Naylor. Do I need this? Does this need to be sped up a little bit? Are we good? Boat number 4, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Boat number 5, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Boat number 6, Colby Harrison and David Self. Boat number 7, multiple-time Alabama Bass Trail champions Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Boat number 8, Wendell Edgell and Daniel Edgell. If I messed that up, I apologize, guys. Boat number 9, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. Boat number 10, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 11, Mike Dutton and Lee Humphrey. Boat number 12, Frankie Daniel, Brandon Daniel. Boat number 13, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Boat number 14, Lee Hayes, Ricky Lee. Hey guys, make sure y'all are idle until you get past the boats. I know y'all are ready to catch them. Boat number 14, Lee Hayes and Ricky Lee. Might have just said that one. Boat number 15, Tom McLemore and Dean Nelson. Boat number 16, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. Boat number 17, Terry and Terry. Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. Boat number 18, Robert Wright and Chris Hawkins. Boat number 19, Justin Durden and Matt Thomas. Boat number 20, last year's Neely Henry champions, Blake Heiss and Jonathan Black Market Collins. Boat number 21, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 22, Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yoakum. Boat 23, Drake Luter and Kendall Phillips. Boat number 24, Derek Coughlin and Jeffrey Colvian. Number 25, Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. And now we've got boat number 26, Timothy Baker and Dylan Richardson. Boat 27, Michael Brandon and Alan Stevens. Boat 28, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Boat 29, Chris Reynolds and Nathan Reynolds. Still good? Boat number 30, Lee Gray and Ethan Flack. Boat number 31, Jake Bison, Michael Smith. Boat number 32, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. Boat number 33, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. Boat 34, Shannon Thomas and Shane Kent. Boat 35, Sidney Pointer, Michael Pointer. Boat 36, John Hearn and Brian Martin. Boat 37, Betty Stahl and Linda Sands. Boat 38, Danny Long, Kevin Fallon. Boat 39, Jonathan Vincent, Chris Thomas. Boat number 40, Landon Rich and Joshua Leininger. Boat 41, Dylan and Greg Tucker. Boat number 42, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. Boat number 43, Clint Johnson and Scott Loggins. Boat number 44, Terry McCord and Timothy Byers. Boat number 45, Dwayne Swindle and Ethan Swindle. Boat number 46, Tim Griffith and David Earce. Boat number 47, Mark Scott and Jonah Hale. My fault. Boat number 48, David Haraway and John Gavin. Boat number 49, Lee and LJ Brown. Boat number 50, Will Shaliak and Chris Carden. Boat number 51, Sean Camp and Craig C. Boat number 52, Brett Webster, Randy Gold. Boat number 53, Bradley Jones and Brooks Gouza. Boat number 54, Matt Langley and Danny Davenport. Boat number 55, Bobby Sharber and Jaron. Boat number 56, Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese. Boat number 57, Wayne Boyd, Billy Brindle. Boat number 58, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 59, Mark Cook and Mason Smith. I see you back there, guys. Good luck. Boat number 60, Roger Riddle and Norman. Boat number 61, Bill Darby and John Greenwood. Boat number 62, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Followed with boat number 63, Jeff Cannon and Marty Cawley. Boat number 64, your Smith Lake champions, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. Boat number 65, Gary Phelps and Jerry Bell. Boat number 66, the Lally brothers, Sean and Davey Lally. Boat number 67, Skylar Aldridge and Anthony Gay. I'm sorry. Skylar is fishing with Rutger Keach. Boat number 68 is Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. My fault, guys. Boat number 69 is David Kyle and Scott Callahan. Good luck, men. Boat number 70, Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. Followed by boat number 71, Anthony Vincent and William Phillips. Boat number 72, we've got Caden Sinclair and Hunter Gibson. Boat number 73, Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Boat number 74, Chet Cleland and Adam Willingham. Boat number 75 is your 2022 Anglers of the Year, Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. Good luck, men. Boat number 76, Eric Swinford, Bradley Nolan. Boat number 77, Brad Ammer and Charles Watts. Boat number 78, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Boat number 79, Ashley Peebles, Anthony Wiley. Boat number 80 is Matthew Fincher, Jacob Kimbrough. Boat number 81, Alan Hayes, Danny Bishop. Good luck, guys. Boat number 82, William Carter Jr. and Michael McLaren. Boat number 83, Tim Thornby and Tyler Thornby. Boat number 84, we've got Christopher Rocket and Trey Doust. Boat number 85, Andy Cobb and Joe Giovino. Boat number 86, Lance Whitaker, Jeremy Briscoe. Boat number 87, Chris Webb and Ricky Campbell. Boat number 88, we have Ash G and Danny Pettis. Boat number 89, we've got Ben Phillips and Johnny Harper. Boat number 90, we have Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Boat number 91, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Boat number 92, Lee Hurley, Chris Myers. Boat number 93, Alan Barrett, Tyler Caldwell. Boat number 94, Corey McMullen, Chris Duckett. Boat number 95, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat number 96, Ron Cameron, Stephen Wood. Boat number 97, Clay Remole and Cliff Remole. Boat number 98, Philip Harrell, Clint Gilbertson. Boat number 99, Jamie Chapman and Elliot Galt. Boat number 100, Lakin O'Neill, John Kelly. Boat number 101, Danny Shell, Anthony Land. Boat number 102, Roy Morgan, Larry Freeman. Boat number 103, we got Craig and Jackie. Craig Daniel, Jackie Flack. Boat number 104, John Ware and Shane Amerson. Boat number 105, we've got Roman and Shannon Calvert. Boat number 106, Corey Alexander and Bobby Irvin. Next up is boat number 107, David Banks, Bert Oliver. Boat number 108, Harry Payton II and Harry Payton. I'm hoping that maybe they're both the second, but I don't know. Maybe that's son and father. Sounds right. Boat number 109, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. Good luck, man. Boat number 110, Roland Liverett and George Liverett. Boat number 111, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. Boat number 112, Kent Keys, David Campbell. Boat number 113, Adam Bain, Chris Colley. Boat number 114, Lisa Johnson and Abby Andre. Boat number 115, Casey Walker and Zach Lemond. We're a little over halfway through blastoff. Boat number 116 is Andy Kilgore and Daniel Law. Boat number 117, Mike Kuykendall and Adam Stuckey. Boat number 118, Brandon Staggs and Rodney Long. Boat number 119, Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. Boat number 120, Tracy and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 121, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Boat number 122, Wesley McKellar and Brandon Arnett. Boat number 123, Walem Mullins and Jeff Fansler. Boat number 124 is Shannon Briggs and Barry Hubbard. Boat number 125 is Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. Boat number 126, Sam Moody, Ray Battles Jr. Followed by boat number 127, Dylan Merritt and Lindsey Merritt. Next up is boat 128, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Boat number 129, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. We've got boat number 130, Steve and Shane Tyree. Boat number 131, we've got Jacob Davis and Chris Wages. Boat number 132, we've got Bob Power and Ryan Trammell. Boat number 133, we've got Jamie Smith and Michael Raines. Boat number 134, we've got Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 135, Britt Perry and Jeff Benefield. Boat number 136, James DeMoss, Eric Fuller. Boat number 137, Paul B. and Travis Hedden. Boat number 138, we've got Gary Suddeth and Doug Young. Boat number 139, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall. Guys, it looks like there's a little more fog rolling in, so please be careful out there. Look out for other boaters. Boat number 140, we've got Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Boat number 141, Brent Crow, Derek Rimmets. Good luck, men. Boat number 142, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. Boat number 143, Evan Cooper and Mason Cooper. Next up is boat number 144, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Following them is boat number 145, Ethan Franklin and Hunter McCarty. 146, Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest. Good luck, guys. Boat number 147, Ben Lakey, Jordan McGehee. Boat number 148, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Boat number 149, Colton Blake, Greg Blake. Good luck, guys. Be careful out there. Boat number 150 is John Burt and Daryl Lester. Next up is the father and son duo, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Good luck, men. Boat number 152, Billy Terrell, Justin Anglin. Next up, we've got two back-to-back ABT champions. Boat number 153 is Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins, followed by Gunnersville champions from this year. Boat number 154, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Boat number 155, Shane Mears, James Mears, my fault. Boat number 156, Robert Arrett and Mike Russell. Boat number 157, Clifton Bates, Daniel H. Boat number 158, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Boat number 159, Jonathan Skinner, Timothy Keith. That's a pretty boat. Boat number 160, Jake Robertson, Caleb Swaim. Next up, we've got boat number 161, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Good luck, guys. UNA wrapped boat. Boat number 162, Scott Castleberry, Aiden Castleberry. Boat number 163, Charlie Craycraft and Ben Miller. Boat number 164, Greg Jones, Jeremiah Sparks. Good luck, men. Boat number 165, Jim Barnett, Scott Russell. Next up is boat number 166, Lee Bolt and Tony Blackwell. Next up is boat 167, Andy Chappell and Mason Chappell. .168, Joey Walters, Buddy McKinnon. Boat number 169 is Trey Swindle and Daniel Smith. Boat 170, Casey Vaughn, Peyton Ross. Boat number 171 is Randy Hobbs and Zachary Ryan Jones. Boat number 172 is Charles Murphy, Tim Burns. Boat number 173, Chad and Ryan Hall. Good luck, men. Boat number 174, Brian Dowdy and Kyle Llewellyn. Boat number 175, Timothy Trockenbrot and Brian Travis. And guys, we're getting pictures from down the river. It is very, very foggy. Please, please be careful this morning. Boat number 176, Brian Shook and Thomas Shelton. Boat number 177, Gary Thacker, Carter Woodall. Boat number 178 is James Myers and Mark Waits. Boat number 179 is Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 180, John Swords. Boat number 181, Jeff and Eddie Higginbotham. Good luck, men. Boat number 182, Greg Rollins and Troy Rollins. Good luck, guys. Boat number 183, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Boat number 184, Eric Morris and Randy Talbert. Boat number 185, John Brown, Trey Sorrell, and Delano Green Jr. Good luck, men. Boat number 188, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. Boat number 189 is Wesley Marshall and Tanner Godsey. Boat number 190, Jason Holloway and Jeremy Barnett. Boat number 191, Michael Briggs and Cody Kodra. Boat number 192, Briar Chambers and Tyler Pendergrass. Good luck, guys. Boat number 193, Adam Gilliland and Leslie Jones. Boat number 194, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. Boat number 195, Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Boat number 196, Eddie Jewell and Shane Jewell. Boat number 197, Jaybird Jason Wisenap. Good luck. Boat number 198, Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. Boat number 199, Chase Rampy and Jarrett Floyd. Boat number 200 is Bob Croxton and Mark Compton. Boat number 201, Nathaniel Bates and Nick Weldon. Boat number 202, Adam Cochran, Rockford Robinson. Boat number 203, Joel Mayfield and Tally Mayfield. Boat number 204 is Boat number 204 is Laney Guthrie and Chuck Hinton. Boat number 205 is Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat number 206, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Boat number 207 is Don Hill and Jeff Langston. Boat number 208 is Herbert Dodd and Mike Duke. Boat number 209, Scott Keeling, Colby Clark. Boat number 210, Lee Pitts, Steve Engel. Good luck, guys. Boat number 211 is Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. Followed by 212 is Keith Hester and Scotty Butler. 213 is Steve Smith and Ryan Smith. 214 is Tony Keith and Brian Gregory. Boat number 215, Michael Woolley and Joe Woolley. Boat number 216, Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Boat number 217 is Delton and Dexton Gregory. Boat number 218 is Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. 219, John Bryan, Mason Bryan. 220, Harold Wells III. 221, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. 222, Benji Seaborn, Jonathan Seaborn. 223, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. 224, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. And wrapping up the group, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Some will say we saved the best for last. Good luck, man. All right, guys, and that wraps up blast off of stop number 3 of the Alabama Bass Trail on Neely Henry Lake here in Gadsden. It was a very beautiful morning. We had a little fog roll in, but hopefully that'll be gone soon. By the time the anglers get on their runs midway down the lake, I heard the fishing's really good. So I think we're going to have really good TV today, wherever you're watching us at. Sit back, relax, have a little biscuit and some coffee, Black Rifle coffee maybe, and enjoy this day out on the lake as we see what these anglers can do on the beautiful Neely Henry Lake. I hear that maybe Kenneth and Kenny are already set up and ready, so we're going to turn it over to those two guys right now.
All right, so we decided to actually trailer a little bit further down the lake. We put in close to Highway 77 bridge. We're going to cover the south end of the lake, and my goal was to actually get to Canoe Creek first thing this morning, but as you can see, it's quite foggy down here. So instead of making that run from here, I decided to kind of hang out in this area hoping a boat would stop. And a boat did stop in here. I was kind of out on the river channel, wanted to stay out of their way. A boat's kind of into this creek. So I'm just trying to get back to them now. So I'm having to use my trolling motor to get over to them. Because of the fog, I'm having a hard time seeing exactly where they went. But yeah, so as you can see in the background, it's pretty foggy here. A lot of teams were coming down this way. We saw a lot of them coming down the river, and we were pretty close to river channels, so they came close to us. Anglers did a really good job of going through here real slow. Lots of times what we see these anglers do, they'll kind of group up because it makes it easier to know when you've got the boats real close to you, you kind of have an idea of where they're going. When you have one or two boats that's going like way faster than everybody else, that's when it really gets dangerous. So these guys did a really good job of kind of grouping up and staying together and making sure they stayed in the river channel and stayed safe. And everybody that we saw go by us was certainly being safe. All right. Yeah, this is not a very big creek, but I'm not sure where they went in here. I know they came in here. So I will go ahead and give a full weather report, and I'm going to cheat here while I'm doing it. So as you can see, it is foggy. It's 51 degrees. Water temp is 64.1. Of course, that's what it is here where I'm at. There are probably some variation depending on where you are in the lake. I know some teams are going to be further upriver. Some teams are going to be down in these creeks. Some of the back of the creek's probably a little bit warmer. But that's a rough idea of what the surface temp is. Okay. While I find this team, I think Jason is already on a boat. So let's switch over to Jason and see what he's looking at right now.
Well, we made the quick little run from blast off and caught up with Mike Kukendale and Adam Stuckey. Guys, it's a little foggy this morning, and I think y'all are just kind of taking advantage of the fog and saying, hey, why not just stop right here and see what we can do?
That's it. That's pretty much it. We didn't have far to go. We were running down just a little piece right here. We can get on it. Somebody else ain't sitting there because of the fog. But like you said, we just come down here and stop and get out of the traffic for a minute, see what happens, maybe pick up a couple.
And we're always taking the safety first approach to this. I mean, we got plenty of lights. All these guys know how to fish around fog and been through it. So it moved in really right at takeoff, and you know, we're just going to be safe here, all of us, and just kind of take a little break here. And the fish could be here. You never know. This is a city community spot, we would call it.
Yep.
How was practice for you guys?
Practice was great. Probably one of the best I've had all year. You know, like got to come over and was on call last week. Come over and caught a great deal of fish and caught good fish too. So, and whether they're there when we get to them here in a little bit, I don't know, but had a real good practice.
Currents kind of died down last night. Rumor is it's turned on earlier this morning, and they're going to turn on 2 turbines, and
5 o'clock.
we should see it down here in pretty soon, I think. So once again, we just turned south, coming out of the city takeoff, and we're in a group of boats, and a bunch of them decided to stop right here, so we just pulled over and stop and get to work as well. Haven't seen a fish catch yet, but it could happen at any minute here. Looking down the bank, we probably got about 5 guys fishing the river right here. If you're a Neely Henry Gadsden native, we are at the power lines just right here in town, just south of the takeoff. So this should look like a familiar spot for a lot of you. I know Kenneth said water temp in his area was about 64 degrees. We're sitting on 60 degrees, 0.75 here in the middle of the river. So current's going to change that temperature a little bit for us, where he's kind of sitting in the back of a creek, a little bit warmer water. right, I think Kenneth has got on his boat. So Kenneth, tell us what's going on down there in Canoe Creek.
Actually, I'm not quite in Canoe Creek because of the fog. I decided to not run quite that far first thing this morning, and this is the boat that came in this creek that I was sitting kind of in the mouth of. It's boat 115, Casey Walker and Zach Lemon. Guys, I know you're just getting started. Did this fog surprise you this morning?
Excuse me?
I know you're just getting started this morning. Did the fog surprise you this morning?
Yeah, it was a good little surprise. It wasn't too bad, though.
Yep. Was this the area you planned to start, or did the fog kind of change your plan?
We shook off some good fish here in practice.
Okay.
So, hoping the ones we shook off were good anyway.
Right.
Did y'all put in here?
Yes.
A little bit easier to drive.
Oh, yeah. So my plan for the day is to cover kind of the south end of the lake. I really was going to try to start off in Canoe Creek this morning, but because of the fog, we actually trailered by truck to Highway 77. We put in there at the new boat ramp there. Really nice facility there. Really impressed with it. It's the first time I've used it, but we put in there and we just kind of decided to hang out there and wait for a boat to kind of come to us scenario. And this is the first boat that kind of came in the area, but a lot of boats did run further south. So there's quite a few competitors and teams that are on the south end of the lake. And hopefully we'll be able to skip around and cover quite a few teams today. And I know Jason's going to kind of cover the mid-lake area, and then Darian is going to cover north of there. So I expect a lot of fish catches today. Fishing's been pretty good here on Neely Henry. The weights have actually been really good for local tournaments. I don't know if that'll still hold up. You know, a lot of those tournaments aren't quite as big as Alabama Bass Trail. And when you put 225 boats on the water, and a lot of these guys spend 2, 3, 4 days of practice, the pressure in itself can kind of make a difference. But these are the best teams that fish, and they always perform and show out, and should be a really exciting day. Jason, I know where you are. It's mostly river channel, and I think you're stopped there in the river channel, and there is quite a bit of current flow up there. I'm sure that could help some of these guys kind of find some feeding fish first thing. I'm kind of mid-lake, lower mid-lake, and these guys have started back in a creek. Neely Henry has a lot of creeks that come off the river channel, and a lot of these, it's kind of a shallow water into the creek. Once you get in the creek, it opens up and gets a bit deeper. But this team said that they shook off some pretty good fish in practice in this area.
Kenneth, we just peeled up on boat number 188. Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. Guys, tell us how practice went for you. Yep. Y'all plan on making a longer run this morning?
Probably 30 minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes. Head down towards the dam pretty good then?
Yeah.
Where y'all from?
Fayetteville, Tennessee.
Where's that?
Fayetteville, Tennessee.
Fayetteville.
Yeah.
I know where that is. How many years y'all been fishing with us?
I fished it. This will be my 3rd year. This is his 1st year.
Kenneth, we do have a little bit of that current starting to show up. Guys are just taking their time working some of this bank grass here, river grass. We've kind of got a 1-2 punch going on. We've got a topwater soft plastic frog, and we have a shaky head going. So just kind of really drifting with the current. Oh, there was a hook set and a miss. These guys said they had planned to make a long run this morning, headed towards the dam. Of course, the fog delayed that, but they weren't afraid to sit down and get to fishing. Okay. Well, we're going to take
On the
over to a
Water
commercial
Live
break,
coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin? You'll go back to Jack. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
We're still sitting here on boat 115. Welcome back from the break. And it's my black rifle first sip of the day. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Great way to get started out here on the boat. If you're sitting at home, get you some black rifle coffee. I suggest that's how you get your morning started every day. We're going to hang out here with boat 115 and see if they catch any fish here. As you can see with these houses here, this boat dock actually goes all the way down the bank, and these guys have worked it pretty slow once they got to it. And he's power pulled down a few times and really skipping their bait under these docks, fishing it slow.
We just pulled up on boat number 160, Jake Robertson and Caleb Swain. Guys, tell us how practice went for y'all.
Pretty slow.
I guess this was not the original plan.
It's not far from it.
Okay. Still kind of some of the same stuff?
Not the fog part, but
yeah.
We're going to try to stay close for a while.
I mean, my style of fishing here is river fishing. What about y'all?
Yeah, we like to fish. We like the river system, of course. We're from Pickwick, so
You get it. I was about to say, I grew up in fishing the river, so this is definitely river fishing for sure.
It is. It's river fishing.
And you got some of that current that you like from Pickwick as well.
That's right.
So just running the bank grass here. Looks like a buzzbait maybe, and a topwater. I'm gonna find maybe another buzzbait as well. Varying colors. Making a change in the back. How many days y'all spend over here practicing?
Spent two.
Two?
Fish the lower end the first day and then up around here yesterday.
And kind of narrowed it down, this is where you wanted to be.
Yeah, caught a lot of fish on that lower end. Never did get any quality bites.
Yeah. Once again, it's boat number 160, Jake Robertson and Caleb Swain.
morning, everybody. We had a little foggy run this morning, and as we got up here just north of the ramp, I noticed one thing pretty quickly was there was a lot more boats on the river than what I personally expected. And I don't know, maybe we saw 15 or 20 boats first thing this morning, just fishing right on the river, right at the ramp. Here behind me, we've got boat number 39. And he says he hasn't caught any yet, but looks like he's really dialed in, maybe using forward-facing sonar. And so we stopped in here to watch him. There's some guys already a little bit back further in this creek that we're going to go check out. And we do have the iPad showing us some locations of guys, and there's a bunch of people fishing in very specific areas. So it's like when I see a boat, there's several boats around it. So we're going to spend our time this morning filming the live and trying to go target, find those areas where there's several guys at. These guys already headed out. So there you go. That was a very quick journey in and out. He says he's headed to the next spot. I believe we're going to maybe follow him and head to the next destination. And we'll see you guys on the next spot.
Ooh, we got a guy moving. So we're kind of sliding in on another team here, just kind of working our way back towards takeoff. Just on this bank, it's easier just to stay out of the fog area a little bit. A couple guys just fishing away. Guys, what's your boat number? 162. How was practice for you guys? No.
No good.
And what's the game plan from here?
Lovely this morning.
Game plan from here is what?
Go try to catch five and then head down.
Keep moving, right?
Yeah, as soon as the fog lifts, get past these guys.
Yeah.
Because we're still here with boat 115 because of the fog. I'm a little hesitant to run a lot here. I'm still with this team. This is an area that they're fishing real slow and real methodical. And I kind of want to hang out with them a few minutes. There is another boat that's come in here that's kind of fishing behind them. So I will be able to get some more teams, fairly easy. But these guys are fishing real methodical, and you can see his target is those boat docks. These boat docks, there's a set of docks that runs, along the bank, and those are actually real shallow. And these fish should be looking to pull up the spawn. And what I like about this particular area is that boat dock is like right on the bank. And these fish, when they spawn and create their bed, they need sunlight to incubate the eggs. So these fish can actually spawn just out on the edge of that boat dock along the bank. Still have the shallow water. They can get sunlight penetration to the bed, but the dock's not going to block too much sun. So I really like this area. There are some docks, as he's coming to there, that actually come off the bank a little ways. So it kind of gives an area or create a funnel for these fish to kind of move up. If they want to kind of start out here in the main creek and kind of work to the deepest part of the dock and then work their way towards the bank and then spread out along the bank to actually start spawning. This is the time of year that we kind of see that. There should be some pre-spawn. There may be some fish that have already spawned. We've had some pretty warm weather the last month and a half or so. So it's possible some fish have already spawned. Some fish are just moving in. There could be some fish along the bank that are actually trying to spawn now. This team did say he had shook off quite a few bites during practice. Looked like he had one bite. He kind of almost like he was going to set the hook, and he didn't. So I don't know if it was really a bite or if it just felt different. He was getting ready, but it's going to be interesting to see how these teams kind of progress throughout the day. There could be techniques these guys use early in the day, and it may change throughout the day, especially once this fog lifts. And I'm starting to see some clouds through the fog now. So once that fog lifts and it gets bright sunny, it could really change things quite a bit. And it'll be interesting to see how these teams kind of adapt to that. And this team's kind of had a slow start, so the fog lifting and the sun come out may actually help this team right here as well. You know, Neely Henry's part of the Coosa chain, so obviously the Coosa spotted bass gets a lot of attention for good reason. It's a unique bass. They're very I don't know how to describe it. They're not like the old Kentucky spotted bass that a lot of other parts of the country. It is a fish that almost acts more like a largemouth lots of times, but they're a lot stouter fish. It's kind of like a spot on steroids. Really good fighters. They tend to grow quite a bit bigger. This lake has some really good spots in it, but it also has a good population of largemouth. So we should see throughout the day, the combination of the two being caught. A lot of these teams will have a mixed bag of spots and largemouth. You see this team fishing really slow. That's, once these fish kind of move in, either they're getting prepared to make beds or their own bed, then it usually takes a very slow presentation. I think he's throwing a wacky rig bait now, and that really is a good way to do it. The bait just kind of hovers, stays off the bottom, but makes it easier for these fish to pick it off. And usually if there's fish around, you'll know it by doing that. I don't know if that's, a Cinco type bait it looks like from here, but that's become very common this time of year. Usually catch a lot of fish doing that. Yeah, I think this fog's going to be gone here, and probably the next 10 or 15 minutes, I'm seeing quite a bit of clouds now. There's another team that has come in this creek, and they're kind of fishing the other side. It's not very wide here. It's kind of narrow, so there's some more docks on the other side of the creek here. As you can see there, that side, there's docks there, but they're different. It's not a solid dock all the way down the bank. These are individual docks that come off the bank. I've been watching this team for a little bit. I've not seen them catch a fish either. I'm not sure what their boat number is, because they've kind of come in behind us in the creek. So, oh, hooked up in the back. Must be a small one, the way the partner's acting. Got it in the net though. Let's see if they put it in live well. It's always good to get a fish in a live well early in the day, kind of get your day started. I'll be able to get a little bit closer to him. I think it's Randy Tolbert and Eric Morris, but we'll kind of work our way towards them now, and we can verify that. Fish is going in the live well. said, I'm far enough off. I don't know if the camera was zoomed in enough to be able to see, but I couldn't tell how big that fish was. But this time of the day, it's just good to get started with keepers. I can see there's a grass bed right on the bank. I bet that fish came off that grass bed, or it could be where that fence post ends. Hook set. That one came off. Looked like it was a small fish, so that's probably not going to hurt him. You know, I was talking about that pink house earlier. That's a kind of a bright bait he's throwing there. It's a pink bait. Kind of matches the house that's over here behind us. Other thing this time of year, lots of times those bright colors can get you bites. This is boat 184, Eric Morris and Randy Tolbert. How y'all doing this morning? Good. It's always good to start a tournament with a few bites. How you feeling this morning?
It is. They're a little small, but you got to start somewhere.
Right. Okay. You finished? So Randy's throwing a bubblegum colored fluke, and it's basically like it's a soft jerkbait. Basically, if you're familiar with a typical hard jerkbait, the fluke does the same thing. It works the same way. It kind of walks back and forth. Kind of what it does is he's putting quite a bit of action with his rod, but the bait's not moving away from the fish very far. The bait just kind of zigzags, and it's a good way to get bites. And then Eric is in the back, and he's throwing a wacky rig Cinco type bait. And I like this. I like the combination there. We talk all the time about teams really doing two different techniques in the boat, but Randy's going to kind of get the more active fish, really more aggressive, willing to chase the bait, come up and eat it, where Eric's going to kind of follow up with the much slower presentation, and maybe a fish that's not willing to come chase that fluke, is willing to at least take the Cinco there. Of course, Randy's not going to miss an opportunity to flip a jig along the post there of the dock either. As these fish move into spawn, lots of times they will set up on the edge of those docks, kind of the first place they move into, and then they kind of work their way towards the bank. That'll work.
We just pulled up on boat number 37, Miss Betty Saul and Linda Sands. Ladies, a little fog action this morning.
Yeah, we can't get to where we want to go. Kind of ducked in here to get out of it for a while.
Just to kind of get a start on a good day, right? I mean, I know the fog delays tighten it up a little bit, but this isn't a bad spot, I don't think.
No, I've caught some fish in here before. I just kind of wanted to go down to some clearer water.
Some clearer water, okay. What was practice like earlier this week?
We had a good practice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Caught a lot of fish?
Well, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. We felt like we could catch some.
On down. You got to get this fog out of the way before we can do that. What kind of weight do you think it's going to take to win today?
Oh, it's hard to say with the river like it is. 17.
17?
Yeah.
That'd be a good number for sure.
I'm thinking 17.
Yeah. You ladies are out here with the best of them for sure. I know that. You guys are no strangers to the sport at all. So.
No, we keep trying.
Yeah, y'all keep the head down and keep casting for sure.
We've been so close so many times, and it's just like, just keep trying.
Just keep trying. That's right. It's all we can do. Well, we're going to step back and watch you fish for a minute. Thank you for your time today. Once again, boat number 37, Miss Betty Saw and Linda Sands said they had a really good practice. The plan was for them this morning to make a little bit run down river just to get to a little bit clearer water. Of course, fog delays got us held up here, but they actually started on the spot we were supposed to stop on. So glad we finally made it to where our starting spot is. Give us a little gap between all the other teams catching on the action today. As we were making our way down to this first little creek, there were a lot of more boats on the river. So a lot of guys still out there hanging around, just trying to catch those bonus fish, I think, at this point, because they can't really make it to the spot they want to be at. But they are not afraid to drop the trolling motor and get to work. These ladies here are really taking their time to work through these brush tops.
Awesome, guys. We just got up to, we made a run to an area that we kind of expected there was going to be a lot of boats at. And when we got there just wasn't a lot of boats in. What I noticed, though, when we were running up, there was a lot of people on the bank. So I personally think that this fog just pushed everyone to the bank, said, let's wait till that fog gets out of here, see if we can pick off one or two before we make longer runs. So being the camera boat, we did force our way up to where a lot of the boats were. So we actually did a little bit of back and forth. The fog cleared a little bit, and the boats have left the main river from even where we had seen them 5 or 10 minutes before that. So already things are changing really quickly as far as where guys are moving to and where they're fishing at. So we got up to this area, boat number 47, and they've got one fish right now. Haven't really talked to them a ton, just wanted to sit back and watch what they're doing. Looks like they're kind of working a two-prong approach. One guy's fishing kind of in the river, then we've got another guy fishing up a little bit, maybe throwing more casts, I guess, into the creek, maybe shallower water. So just going to watch this. There is several boats in this creek. So, and when we looked at it, like again, on the iPad, we do have visuals of multiple people, and it looks like each person in this creek is fishing it a little bit differently, just based off what I can see on the iPad. So we're going to just bounce around into this creek and see kind of what's going on. So watch these guys. It looks like the guy on the back deck is using a spinning rod. I believe he might be throwing a shaky head. And there's definitely some topwater action going in on the front of the boat. So we'll just sit here and watch for a minute and see what these guys are doing. I said, again, they've got one in the box, and I'm just going to ask y'all a couple quick questions. We saw a couple guys when we were running up here that it looked like they were kind of paused on the river, just waiting before they ran a bunch. Are y'all going to focus here on the, kind of at the mouth of this creek, or are you planning on working down into the creek?
Probably sit out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of what we found in practice is main river stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. You think are they post-spawn fish, you think, or are they pre-spawn still?
A lot of the ones we catch are still pre-spawn.
Yeah.
In practice, I think they set up on this kind of stuff, get out of the current when they pull it pretty good like they have been.
Yeah.
They did a good amount that's already spawned though too.
So definitely some mixed fish. So I don't know how well y'all can hear on stream, but what they're saying is they're catching post-spawn fish and pre-spawn fish, pulling out to the river, at the mouth of this creek. And there is a lot of current. We're just sitting right inside of this eddy where there's not any current, and so they're definitely fishing current seam. And it sounds like in practice they found a lot of fish. You might not be able to see this on the video, but you can even tell where that current is rolling down the river. There's a pretty defined clear water line and a mud line where that river's rolling the current down. So I would imagine that's setting fish up pretty well right here for these guys. And I would imagine it's going to be a test of time. Maybe when this fog clears up, a little more light gets down in the water, the fish are going to be able to see their baits better and just get things going. A lot of times the fog is weird, and I'm sure the guys have said that this morning, but sometimes the fog makes a little bit of weird fishing conditions. So it's just staying mentally tough, pushing through that fog, let it get through, and then a lot of times your day will get going how you wanted it or expected it to go. So we're going to troll on into this creek, see if we can find some more boats, and it sounds like we're going to go straight to a commercial break now, and we'll see you guys here in a little bit.
Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Cherry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to Gadsden, Alabama. Neely Henry Lake, 11,200 acres that spans 77 miles, 339 miles of shoreline. And I think you're going to see a lot of that shoreline today, guys. Weather, of course, as always. We're going to have partly cloudy skies. As you can see, fog has set in. On Kennett's end of the lake, it looks to be clearing up. On Darien and Jason's end of the lake, we're still kind of fogged in. It's always a hard call to send the guys out, but here at the boat ramp this morning, it wasn't foggy when we started our blast off. So they're out there. 225 boats blasted off this morning from beautiful Coosa Landing. As you can see there in the background, we've got a boat in your viewpoint right now. Hopefully they'll catch a fish while you're watching them. Bassmaster Elite Series was here in 2021. Wes Logan held up his first blue trophy here on his home body of water. It's been a host to the Alabama Bass Trail. We've had a championship here, and guys can catch them here. Over the past 2 weeks, we have seen 5 20-pound bags weighed in at a different tournament. Some of the guys that we're going to try to get out to today: Terry Tucker, Jeremy Green. Terry is a legend on the Coosa River. So we're going to try to get out to them today. Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker have great finishes here. I know they would like to add their 3rd win on the Alabama Bass Trail here on this lake today. We'll also be trying to find Tracy Robinson and Dustin. 2 weeks ago, each one of them had 20 pounds in a tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see them in the boat together. Maybe they can do that today and pull off the win here. Adam Bain, Chris Colley, another team that is expected to do well here, and Chris's dad, Marty Colley, and Jeff Cannon. So, guys, you could just about put 225 boats in a bucket, shake them up, and throw them out, and any one of these teams can do it today. They're looking for a spotted bass at 12 inches, largemouth and spotted bass at 12 inches today. So we've mentioned it. It's about 54 degrees now. Water temperature is just over 64 degrees. So we have really good fishing conditions, partly cloudy. We're going to have bluebird skies a little later on today, but right now we're in a partly cloudy condition. So I know Darien is on a boat, so we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water because that's really what you want to see. So Darien, I think I recognize the boat that you are on. Could that be Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker?
It is. Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker, we've got them in the same creek as those other guys that were out on the mouth of the creek, but they're definitely going what appears to be much more of a largemouth pattern, fishing a lot shallower than those guys were, and they're mixing up their bait tactics a lot. They're switching rods a lot. Definitely, I mean, I'm watching them cast perfectly. You can tell they're dialed in this morning. They said they've got 2 fish so far, and I missed the size that they said. I don't remember what they said, or I couldn't hear them what they said with the size, but certainly you can tell these guys are in it to win it. Like you said, they've got a long history of the Alabama Bass Trail, weighing in big fish and big bags. So these guys are definitely someone we're excited to see what's going to happen today, and there's appears to be really good energy in the boat, real dialed in. So that's what you're looking for. Again, they've already got 2 fish, and it's 740, so that's certainly a good start. What size of the fish y'all got so far?
2.5 pounds each.
Both about 2.5 pounds. So definitely what you want to start the day. 2 quick bites in the fog. I don't know. We didn't talk to many people about how practice went, but I don't know if they were prepared for the fog or if the fish they were catching was in the fog or not. So a lot of times, those 2 may have been even bonus fish here in the fog, which is really exciting for them because they've got a lot to look forward to the rest of the day. So I'm probably going to watch these guys for a little while because they've already caught 2, and it looks like they've only fished maybe a 80 or 100-yard stretch from essentially where those other 2 guys were that we started on. And so we're going to sit back and watch these guys, and hopefully we can get some fish catch on camera.
We made a move in here on boat number 139, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall. Guys, tell us how practice went for y'all. Oh, so the fog did not delay you from getting to the spot you wanted to get to. How about that?
Well, we started about half a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got here, there's a boat sitting here. We left while y'all was there.
But this is a game plan right here that y'all had set to get to.
Well, part of that one.
Yeah, points on the main river?
Yeah. What was the main river point?
Is the current any different than it was in practice for y'all?
Oh yeah, they had 2 floodgates open. Practice. We had to get out of the back side of the point, out of the current.
Where are y'all from?
I'm from Hansville. Well, he's from Oklahoma County too.
Okay.
Oh. We're not that far away.
No. At least it's not pouring down rain and 22 degrees.
Yeah, it is.
I'll take a little fog.
2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have bet on that.
I know, you're right.
Yeah, I called it the last 2 times. About
Yeah.
40 degrees
Yeah.
raining. We got one in the boat about 2.5 to 2 3/4.
Okay, so you got one in,
Yeah.
about 2.5, 3/4 pounds.
We caught about 13, but there wasn't no size.
Yeah. What y'all think it's going to take to win it today?
Sir?
What you think it'll take to win it today?
About
18?
Somebody will find it. Somebody will find it. I was sitting on that side out of the current throwing in the
Yeah.
Sounds like there's been a lot of
All right, so
a lot of different things. A lot of things happening this morning, just from listening to the other guys' coverage. But again, I think the creek that we're in, it looks like there's 3 or 4 different boats that we can see that are largemouth fishing. And again, the boat that we've already started on, that was, that sounded like they were mostly spot fishing and a bigger, big schools of fish, I guess you'd say, instead of trying to catch 1 or 2 largemouth here and there. And so definitely multiple things going on in this event, which is going to be fun. But I think it's cool just when you see Neely Henry in April on the schedule at the beginning of the year. This is a lake where you kind of know how you're going to fish, it seems like. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And certainly with the weights that we've seen the past 2 or 3 weeks, I know that's been a big topic of conversation leading up to this event. Everyone's checking those weights. And I know these guys are hoping they can continue that streak of weighing in really, really big bags of fish here on Neely Henry.
How's it going so far this morning?
We've got some action going on.
Okay. Okay. You think you're going to have to cover a lot of water today?
Well, we were both under, so this is really the second stop of the day.
Right. Okay. You think these fish are spawning? Is that what's making them kind of finicky? Okay.
They're probably some hard time on them. I think just the big rain last week.
Right.
Fluctuation of water went from 1 turbine to 3 turbines. And
Right.
We've been running 3 turbines all week. You just got the fish a little bit in a funk. But somebody's catching them somewhere. I know
Oh, yeah.
spots are biting pretty good. We haven't resorted to spot fishing yet, but we may a few days ago.
Okay.
But probably spots will play a bigger role today than most people think.
Okay.
But we're going to roll on.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Good luck to you.
All right, we're going to slide down to another boat that has just pulled into the pocket here. Work our way around this point here. That is the team of Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall, boat 139. They said they have made it to the spot that they wanted to be at. Fishing a point on the main river here. They had said they stopped about a quarter mile before it and just started drifting with the current. They do have one fish in the boat. We do have another team that's kind of pulled in here with us. We're going to kind of work our way up there to them as well. I have heard a few boats starting to move around a little bit. The fog has not lifted much in the area we're in. I can see it maybe 100 yards. My cameraman will just work with me here. We're going to walk on down a little bit to this one.
Got one in the box, about 3.
Okay. Here are boat 191, Michael Briggs, Cody Kodra. These guys are in the same area that we just talked to Tracy and Dustin. These guys in the same area. He says he's got one in the box, about 3 pounds. I know it's early. What's your game plan for the day so far?
You see it. You see it. Get dirt shallow and flip.
Okay.
Just broke off on one. That's the name of the game, though.
Right.
Don't know how big it was. Got some wanting the bed. That's what we're at.
Okay. So you're not necessarily looking for a lot of bites. You just want quality bites.
5, 6 quality bites.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You're kind of inside of a little creek, a little pocket here. Is that kind of your game plan, to hit a lot of these pockets?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We pulled in here. This is where we wanted to start.
Okay.
There was only one other boat in here. And just slow and steady. Slow and steady fishing. Keep the bait wet.
Right.
Fish as much cover as possible.
Now,
Next
is this an area you think you can kind of make several rotations through? And
this is our second, yeah.
Okay.
We want to do it 1 or 2 more times.
Right.
And hope for the best.
Okay. We'll hang out. We'll hang out for a few minutes, and maybe we'll catch you catching that big one.
I think I've earned it on that one.
Hey, it's early. You can make up for it.
I like your attitude.
You were going to call it anyway, right?
I would like to say yes. What practice has been, it's been stingy.
That's what we're going to go with for now anyway.
Yeah. If we keep that dog out of the water down there, we'll be in a lot better shape.
How many days of practice you guys spend?
Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
2 for me. Had more bites this end on down than I did going up. I didn't want to waste my time there, but I think 80% of the field did too.
You know, every time we come to Neely Henry, it ends up we see a lot of fish. You know, a lot of guys catch fish most of the time, but It's not easy. It's a really kind of a tricky fishery. These fish are real finicky.
It is. It is. It's real tricky. And trying to figure out the water schedule. They don't know if it wants to go up or down or.
Yeah, and that can vary really depending on where you're on the lake. I know from Minnesota Bend up, it seems to, it's a lot narrower. I almost had a.
Yeah,
I was about to get
like
a hook set
it
there.
wants to flood when the lower end wants to be dry.
Right. Just that bottleneck there at Minnesota Bend, it can't flow through there, but so fast.
That's right.
I think Jason has found another team. Let's check in on him and see what's going on there. Roll. Hey guys, we're going to move on. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just sun gets up a little bit. Where would you say the fish are right now? Pre-spawn, post-spawn, in-spawn?
I think they're more, I don't know, probably kind of in between, maybe some probably more post.
Yeah.
Just haven't seen a whole lot of fish. I think in practice I only seen 2. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah.
But a lot of places, at least fish, the water temperature has been anywhere between 67 to almost 70 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the trolling motor on high, just kind of working this bank down here. The game plan today just kind of cover some water at this point?
Pretty much, just kind of cover as much as we can. Stay shallow, fishing grass, fishing rock. Just got to keep the trolling motor wide open.
Yep.
We're not getting fish everywhere, but whenever we get around them, we'll get a couple of bites.
All right. We've got boat number 50.
Has going on a little north of us.
Yeah, we've got boat number 50. Will and Chris, and right as we slid up on them, we saw one hook set. It looked like a miss, or it wasn't a miss, but definitely fishing really, really slow this morning. And I don't know if that has to do with the fog or not. Guys, I noticed you're fishing slow, and it sounds like, just from what we can hear, there's some guys fishing pretty fast down the bank, but it looks like y'all are really spending time picking this apart. Do you think that has to do with the fog, or is that just pretty much your approach for fishing today? just working the same area. Probably had some bites in here in practice, I would imagine. So I think that's usually a pretty good, indicator that they've got some fish found. Probably had some good bites in practice, maybe shook them off or whatever. But he said they've already worked this one stretch, turned around and came back, and just making sure they pick it apart. Every single cast, there's so much grass and little points in it and little nooks in the grass and rocks and different things. So you want to make sure you're casting on it at different times and hitting everything as much as you can, especially when you've got an area like this that's loaded with fish and had bites in practice. So again, we got a frog now, some topwater action in the front, and we've got a worm being dragged around the grass in the back. He says they've got one fish in the box so far, but we've already seen them set the hook once with a miss. So hopefully, I would imagine the bite's going to pick up for them as well. It sounds like there's some more action. The fog here, where we're at, a little bit up north of the takeoff, the fog is still here. So just by hearing the live feed, it sounds like the fog is lifting in some areas, but it's also holding in some areas. So I think that might be a little morning challenge or speed bump for some of the guys, but I think it has been proven time and time again that this is the best group of anglers in our state, and so they're going to figure it out. The fog is no match for these guys, so it's just going to be a waiting game, and we're going to do that for sure. We've got several anglers in this creek who have strong history on the Alabama Bass Trail, so we know that we're in the right area. And, they obviously know they're in the right area. So going to get very interesting to see what happens.
All right, you guys just see we got a fish catch here. So the guys said they were going to run the bank really fast until they get to a fish and catch one, and they usually get a little flurry going on around them. So going to slow down just for a second. Get the live wells going. So, like they said, trolling motor's going to be on high. We're just going to cover some water and we'll get a reaction strike, and plan worked out. So you can see they were just kind of working along. Got a little drain right there. They're going to stop here and try to work it up just a little bit. Nice fish catch. That's what we're here for. Boat 169, Fletcher Phillips and Daniel Smith got one in the box. The guys did share earlier that the fishing was better for them later in the day downriver. Of course, this was a spot that they had fished before, so they just kind of came in here and began to work out the area a little bit. So fishing a little history this morning. It's paying off. So you got some of that bank grass going there. You'll see that all over Neely Henry. You'll see a lot of times in the summertime, guys, you'll hear them talking about swimming a jig in the grass, and that grass will come on out from the bank as the summertime comes along, and the fish will get up in there and really look for some cover and hang out until a nice swim jig comes along. We're doing top water here at the moment, though, and maybe the partner's working the swim jig through there, or spinnerbait, or just swimming a frog right underneath the water. Coming up on some docks now. We do have a few guys moving in and out of the area we're in. Working the backside of this dock here. You know, guys have shared earlier in the week, they did have some fish on bed. So these guys are obviously blind fishing this area, hadn't been in here in practice at all, but you know, it does look like a good spot the fish could bed up on if there was one possibly there. So they're just gonna take their time, work it out just a little bit. Oh, we're making a move. They do have a guy coming down the docks in front of them. So common courtesy is just say, hey, bud, we're going to jump around you a little bit here. Give you a chance to fish the area you were fishing, and we're going to move on. We're going to slide down the docks here just a little bit and see what's going on this side. What's your boat number?
All right, I'm pulling up on boat 70. It's Zachary Taylor and Josh Alston. So if these houses look familiar, we're kind of on the other side of where we started first thing this morning. It's a little pocket that comes in on this side of the houses. We were on the other side earlier. So I'm just now pulling up on this team. These guys, this is kind of what we've seen so far this morning. A lot of guys just fishing slow and methodical right down the bank. These fish are pulling in the spawn. They can be anywhere. You know, this is an area where the sunlight can penetrate the water and incubate the eggs. And just fish real slow, and the water's got enough color that you can't really sight fish and actually see them in this area. So you kind of have to just fish slow and cover some water. Guys, I know it's early. How's it going so far?
It's not.
It's not.
First spot was a bust, and we're on to our second, catching small fish.
Okay. So you are getting bit, they're just not what you're looking for.
Yep, and we just started getting bit.
Okay. So you think that the fog burning off and the sun coming out is going to help?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. At least makes it easier to move around.
Oh yeah, much easier. You guys are fishing real slow and methodical. What stage of the spawn do you think these fish are in?
They're in all stages. We caught a 4-pounder right here yesterday that was on bed.
Okay.
Now we'll catch her again today, but gotta try it anyway.
Right. So there's enough color in the water you can't really see them to sight fish, so you're just kind of fishing real slow, hoping you come across the bed.
Hoping to land one on it.
Right. Opportunity. That's the other thing this time of year, these fish get real finicky. So necessarily it can make it kind of frustrating. You just kind of have to understand that that's part of it. It's going to happen, and move on. But a lot of times you can get that fish to bite again also. So Darren, I'm starting to see the fog lift down here. Of course, it's a little bit more open water and a little bit easier for the fog to lift. Where you are, it's so narrow, I'm not sure if you're seeing that there or not, but what's the conditions where you are now?
It is thick. It's really, really thick. When we ran up here and we were soaking wet just from the fog running up here. But I think the one consistent thing that we've seen in this creek is there's a lot going on. The birds are getting real active right now. You're seeing some shad and bait fish moving around in the grass. So things are starting, but I don't think the guys haven't started catching them really good. So these guys that we're on now, we haven't got up to them too close yet, but they did mention they've got 2 fish. And I think he said they had 2 more bites, and right as we pulled up, they also swung and a miss. So we've seen 2 swings and misses. I don't know if that's just has to do with the fog again, and the bass aren't, seeing the bait that good and getting a hold of it, or what the deal is. But again, this area looks and is always so fishy that I think it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like when this creek turns on, it's going to happen so quickly, and we're in an area with so many boats that it's going to be a lot of fun here on live. For the viewers watching on Facebook or wherever you're at, I think waiting this one out is going to be worth it for sure, because we've seen the waits the last couple weeks. This just is lining up to be a really good tournament. It's just starting slow. So for those of you who are watching, we appreciate your patience. It just sounds like there's not a ton of fish catching going on yet, but everyone we're talking to is just extremely optimistic about what's happening and what's about to happen. So it seems like it's any minute. I think specifically for the people watching on Facebook, if you guys don't mind hitting, there's a like button down on the bottom, hit that thing a couple times. Let's get the views up. Let's get some shares going. This tournament is about to go crazy, I feel like. Just me personally, I can hear all the guys talking in the background, and I would just love to see everybody watching this event. That's what I'm looking for. So let's slide up here and talk to these guys. I'm going to get in a little bit closer, guys, and just ask you a couple questions. Did you say, did we bring you a coffee? Oh, I thought you said, did we bring you a Black Rifle coffee this morning? No, we hadn't yet. We've talked to 2 people, and or 3 people, and it sounds like pretty much the same thing's going on. One of them had 1 fish, one of them had 2 fish, and there was a couple swings and misses. So can y'all break down, I guess, what you've seen this morning? Obviously, it's extremely foggy. Was the fog this thick in practice?
No, we didn't have First day of fog.
First day of fog.
First day of fog.
You think that's definitely messing with the morning bite?
I'm going to tell you what, our practice, we never had a limit the whole time we've been practicing.
Interesting.
So
interesting.
It's been tough on us.
Interesting. Well, maybe this will be the day. You gotta.
I told him we won't have 4 days of bad practice.
No, you can't have 4 days of bad.
We gotta have a
You
good
can't
day.
have 4 days of bad.
So,
and you don't pay anything to win practice anyhow.
No, it does not.
I guarantee it don't. So we got a little topwater action. We got some swim jigs going on. I guess just picking apart this area, largemouth fishing, obviously.
We are largemouth fishing.
Yep. Awesome. The one, I think, consistent thing, I don't even know what all I'm supposed to say on live or not, but I've seen several guys throwing several different baits. It's not like, it seems like that's going to be, in my opinion, watching, just changing up, fishing, in that area, things are going to change, and working the grass lines has been consistent, so. Maybe the fog will get out of here and they'll start biting.
And I hope so. If the sun pops out, it may turn them off.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
We're not going to be moving around much right now with the fog list, for sure.
And what number did y'all say you were?
38.
38.
38.
if we're just awkwardly quiet sitting right beside you, it's just because the people who are on live right now, they just want to watch good fishing. And they're waiting on a topwater blow up. They're waiting on a topwater blow up, and y'all are the people to watch. So
the first fish it bit, it's top water.
yeah.
It was good.
It was a pretty good one, and it come out of the water. It's pretty exciting.
How big was it?
We didn't weigh it.
Here we go. Here we go. We got some live well action. We got some live well action. Please do not. I'm not even going to say it. I ain't even going to say it. Jeez, there's a hammer.
3.5 maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 3/4. We need 4 more just like it.
You guarantee we do.
We need 4 more.
There's going to be a fat check if you can get 4 more like that one. It's going to be a good check.
We need some points. We got to keep our points. So
Yeah.
we're second in points.
Second in points. Wow, that's awesome. So this is a very important tournament for y'all to just keep the consistency. But the good thing is you've already got that kicker fish in the box. Y'all got another keeper. So 3 more keepers and you're in good shape to keep points. But obviously
We got all day to do it.
we got all day, man. It's 8:15. We got all day.
Weigh in at 245.
Hey, I'm just curious. I'm just curious today. What does the viewers think? What does the commenters think? If we can just get some comments in down below, do y'all feel like there's going to be more action going on? Because we've seen both. We've seen moving baits. I've been hearing some flipping going on live on the other boats. Do we feel like it's going to be more of a moving bait day, or do we feel like it's going to be more of a flipping thing where you're flipping the grass, maybe fishing a little bit slower? We've already seen it this morning. Or I guess there's a third option. Option C is it's going to take a combination of both. A lot of times on Neely, guys this time of year are swimming a jig. But we've already heard there's some guys who are just going to be flipping, looking for 5 or 6 bites the whole day. That's all they want. And so that's very interesting to see, and definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Moving baits. Moving baits. Okay. I know one thing that's exciting is for these guys, they're second in points. It's midway through the season. They claim that they had not the best practice. However, they've just got a big one. I don't know how big. I say it is at least 3.5, but I bet that fish gets close to 4 pounds. You start the morning off with that on a what they're calling as a bad practice, and you've got a fish that's close to 4 pounds in the box and another keeper. That you're feeling good, for the rest of the day, at least to get the thing started. When you have a bad practice, that's always what you're looking for. So I think that's these guys, again, fishing extremely slow. They've already fished down to the point and they're working back the exact same area. And they said multiple times, we're fishing this area, we're going to stay here. Sounds like they're just going to camp out in this creek. And they have said out loud multiple times, work that thing slow, meaning we're trying to pick apart every single piece of grass on this long stretch. And there's, as far as we can see, there's grass everywhere. I don't know if we can pan over to the left just a little bit, but even down in front of us, there's another boat that just pulled in, and then another one in front of them. So we're looking at a 100-yard, maybe 200-yard stretch max, and I can see 3 boats, and then there was one behind us. So a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of, look, I don't know my birds exactly, but I'm gonna call that a big old white water bird. I don't know what he's called. I don't know if someone else can help me with that. Big old white water bird. He's hunting shad is all I know. I know when you see a big old white water bird, he's hunting shad, and we've seen a bunch of them on this grassy point. So crane, is that a crane? Can the viewers help me out here? I don't know scientifically what birds they are. I just know that that's what you're looking for. All right, and that is going to take us into our next break again. A lot of stuff going on. The bass just haven't started biting yet, but I feel like it's any minute. We can see these guys starting to pick things apart slow as possible, making sure they hit every single nook and cranny of this grass. We're going to go to commercial break, and we'll see you guys back on the water here in just a few minutes.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Lose, by Garmin, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Ted Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist.
Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Now, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back for Jack for more.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back, guys. This is the great city of Gadsden, the host of the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Gadsden, Alabama, Neely Henry Lake, and your overview in the city there, along with the lake here at Coosa Landing. Weather update, we have 59 degrees, so it's starting to warm up. It's warmed up about 8 degrees in the past hour. Water temperature is a little slower, 64.5. We're gonna get back out on the water in just a minute. I do want to remind you, weigh-in starts at 2:30 today. 225 teams, 450 anglers will come through. Weigh in their fish. This is a pivotal tournament, third tournament of the year. It's very important that they secure their place in our championship. Top 75 go on to our championship, and if they win today, they punch their ticket automatically, so they can fish a little bit less pressure throughout the rest of the season if they can punch their ticket today. We'll talk to Darian in a little bit about being able to do that, because he has done that on the Alabama Bass Trail in the final tournament of the year with no hopes of getting into the championship. They won. They made it in just a few years ago. Darian, I know you're on a team. Talk about what it's like to fish the Alabama Bass Trail for an entire year and then finally punch your ticket at that last tournament.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like she said, that's. We definitely we did that, and it was something special, obviously, to punch a ticket to get to the championship, and it's something that these guys right now, they have a chance. They're kind of two-pronged right now. These guys still are in it for the points, so they can qualify still that way. It's a lot more stressful to have to try and win one that last event, but like Kay said, me and Houston did that once upon a time, but we would have much rather been able to catch them throughout the year and not have to squeak it in. But it was awesome to see these guys right as we pulled up on them. They caught one, and he said it was a 6.5 pounder. He's joking, but how many of y'all got so far? Two in the box. But we've slowly worked this whole creek, and it looks like, or it seems like, things are about to start picking up. It seems like any second now this is about to get wide open. As soon as the sun comes out, yeah. What's your other one? How big is the other one?
About the same size.
Yeah.
About 13 inches.
Anything before 11 o'clock is a bonus for us.
And what boat number did y'all say you were?
163.
163. So you think y'all are going to camp out in here for a while?
Yeah.
cast a section here one time, so we'll camp out here probably 11 o'clock. We got some other stuff we want to go look at. But probably just camp out here for at least till the fog leaves.
Yeah. If it's just awkwardly quiet right behind you, we've got a bunch of people watching live fishing. That's what they're doing on their Saturday morning, so we'll just be trolling right beside you.
Right ahead.
So how's practice?
It was all right. It was better midday.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It's been a lot better if it didn't rain.
Did it muddy the water up a little bit?
A little bit. It was a little ugly out here last Sunday. It was a little high. But caught some last Sunday. Caught the decent one both days. So we'll see what happens.
We haven't asked anybody yet, or I haven't asked anyone yet. What do you think is going to take the winning weight? We've seen some big bags weighed in the last couple of weeks in different tournaments. You think it's going to be
22,
those?
21.
You do think it's going to be the high bag then?
Yeah, this crew always finds
every single time.
Even last year when it only took, what is it, 8 pounds to get it checked, or 6 pounds or something crazy, still somebody had 20. So this bunch of fishermen always find stuff. Our goal is 15, 16 pounds, survive this one, stay good in the point. So.
The good thing is 15, 16 pounds, you get one big bite. I think that's the cool thing about this lake is you're one big bite and you're fishing around the big bite. So it's like maybe that part's luck, who knows, but you do get that 15, 16 pounds and get one big bite, you're moving yourself way on up.
Yeah,
Jason.
We've been getting at least 1 to 2 big bites every day. So gotta get a big bite here.
Well, we're going to stick around and watch these guys fish for a little while. Again, several people in this area, but it sounds like Jason's just got on a new boat down the lake, maybe a little bit out of this fog. Jason, what you thinking about down there?
Well, man, I wish we could definitely get out of the fog. It seems to be attracted to us. It just gets closer and closer as we continue to work. We have pulled up on Team Boat 194, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. They are looking still working on getting that first fish in the box. Guys, the game plan was not probably to come here this morning, but you know, we're here.
Waiting on the fog.
Waiting on the fog. I think a lot of guys got that in their mind this morning, but you know, tell me a little bit about how practice went for y'all.
We had a good practice. I caught 2 4-pounders yesterday.
That's good,
in
dude.
that area today, which they're not biting for us, but about 10 anyway.
Okay, so this is all bonus material at this point if you catch one, right? Did y'all fish any in here in practice? Y'all?
Not this year, no.
But you've been here before, so you kind of know what the game's going on. We have moved back into a cove, real shallow where we are. I wouldn't call it dirt shallow, but it's less than 4 foot. A few boats were in this area as we were working our way back. I can see one boat just ahead of us. Still working the bank, fishing this bank grass. Got a chatterbait going here. These guys said they caught 2 4-pounders in practice yesterday, not in this area, and they said the fish didn't get really going good for them until about 10 o'clock. So everything we got here is bonus fish at this point.
Hey, what's your boat number?
All right, I think we finally caught up with Kenneth again.
What's your boat number?
I think he's pulling up on another team, working on getting their boat number, and let's see what they've got going on their end of the lake. Kenneth, can you see more than 100 yards down there?
Yeah, we're actually got quite a bit of sunshine down here. The fog is lifted in places. There are places that you can still see fog, but places like where we are right now, you can see bright sunshine. This is boat 83. It's Tim Tombury and Tyler Tombury. And you see one of them's kind of hung up on shoreline. Look, just got his crankbait back, but just now pulled up on these guys. A little bit different scenario here. These guys are fishing riprap. There's not a lot of riprap on this lake, and this is a long stretch of riprap here. We're just getting to them. We've got a little bit of road noise here with this road, quite a bit of traffic, so it may be a little hard to hear them at times, but if that's the case, I'll try to translate the best I can. How's it going so far today, guys?
We've got one.
Got one? What kind of size?
4-pounder.
Okay, well that's a good start.
Yeah.
You've been here pretty much all day? Okay. Yes, sir. It still is in places. So, you know, it's still fairly early. This team has one fish, 4 pounds. That's a good way to get started. He seems to be in kind of high spirits, so he knows he's on the right kind of fish. If he can get 5 of those, that's all he's going to need. He doesn't need to catch 10 or 15 fish. If he can get 5 of the right ones, and he's got all day long to do it. So these guys are fishing crankbaits along this riprap, and you see he's gotten hung up. But they are fishing one with a pretty good sized lid. You can way to trigger a bite though. That crankbait really digs in those rocks, creates a lot of commotion. These fish, even if they're not hungry, they'll attack it just out of reaction. So I really like what these guys are doing here. there is a creek channel that kind of runs in here. They're kind of an area now where the creek channel runs up close to the bank, but there's some shallow areas, little flat areas, and there's places where the creek channel runs up on the bank. So these fish this time of year, we've already talked about how they move around a lot. You got fish in all three phases of the spawn. They kind of move in and out of areas. Sometimes it's finding those places where they're moving in and moving out increases your odds of catching fish. And this is certainly one of those type areas that these guys can do, and that they can fish down through here multiple times and have a chance of catching fish that they may have not gotten a bite, 30 minutes prior. So they could pretty much sit in here all day long and work back and forth and still have a chance of getting bit throughout the day. The other thing I've noticed as we come down, we are further down the lake now. We're not in Canoe Creek. We're actually just past Canoe Creek. But the other thing I've noticed down here is the boats are a lot more spread out. And, I mentioned earlier about the fact that with Alabama Bass Trail, it's 225 boats. There's been other tournaments on this lake the last several weekends, but I don't know that any of them have been, that size of a field. And when you have 50, 60, 80 boats in a tournament, covering the lake, those guys can tend to move around. Having 225 boats, there will be certain areas of the lake that really get kind of congested. I know where Darien is, there's quite a few boats in that area. There could be an advantage by the time we get to the end of the day, there could be an advantage of guys that are down here in areas that they can cover a lot more water. Especially this time of year, because these fish can move around. It can be really different from a morning bite to a midday bite to an afternoon bite. And being able to move around may be an advantage to the boats that are down here on this end of the lake. I believe Darien is on another team now. I think he's in the same area, but on another team. So let's go back to him and let him tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, so we've got boat number 7, Mitchell and Candler McCollum. And these guys have won all over the state. They've won 4 ABT events and certainly have proven to catch them and win. They fish to win, and they've proven that 4 times now, which is incredible. They've won on lakes all over, and that's the interesting thing about this team. Wheeler, Weiss, Neely, and Pickwick, so they've won here before. We're going to slide up a little bit closer to them, but we did ask right as we pulled up if they had any. They've got 1 fish so far. Sounds like, again, I've been repeating myself this morning, but up here, the fishing just seems to be not gotten turned on yet. Everyone's had decent practices or know they're in the right area. It's just, we still got thick fog. We're going to scoot in close, follow these guys, but certainly when you're these two, you're in the right areas. They spend time practice. They know what they're looking for. Again, they've won here before, so they know what they're hunting, and they are picking this thing apart very, very meticulously, not making any pointless casts or wasting any cast. They're doing it right, and that's what it takes to be able to win at this level with these against this crowd specifically. So. Scooting a little bit closer, we've seen this before. We've seen this throughout the day, but we've got a 1-2 approach. We've got a moving bait in the back and a flipping bait in the front. And I would imagine that if one or the other starts getting bites, they'll probably double that up. So we're getting a little bit closer and asking about that. Mitch, you're flipping. Candler swimming a jig, it looks like. I imagine y'all have got 1 bite, so once you figure out what's going on, I imagine maybe both of y'all swap to the same thing, or you think you'll kind of keep this 1-2 approach going?
I'm trying to figure it out right now. Yesterday in practice, I didn't really start getting bit until after 9 o'clock, which is kind of weird for here. But we're trying to figure out what's going on now until we get the bite.
Yeah. So I don't know how well the camera could hear that, but he did say that they're just trying to figure it out. Like, they're trying to get dialed in on what's going on, and when they do, they'll certainly adjust to that. Well, weight-wise in practice, what would that look like?
Do what?
What like as far as practice goes, did you see some pretty good weight?
I think yesterday I had 3 or 4 good bites. I kind of took them off, so I would say 3 pluses.
Yeah.
But it was real slow. I didn't catch a bunch of fish or anything like that. It just got to keep fishing. I got a bite every hour or so. Every now and then you get 2 or 3 bites in a row, but it was pretty slow for the most part. Trying to get in the area that they're biting now. But like I said, I didn't get fish till 9 o'clock, so hopefully they'll turn on. The conditions are a little different yesterday, so we're just trying to figure it out now.
That's right. So if you couldn't hear him, he said that the bite yesterday kind of picked up a little bit after 9 a.m. He didn't get a lot of bites until then. So, oh, here we go. Something just happened. The grass came fired right on it. So we'll see what happens here. So he said they weren't getting necessarily a ton of bites yesterday, but he was shaking them off, and he seems like when he would see them, they were good fish. He said several 3 pluses, so I think that's going to be certainly what you're looking for to do really well in this event. Is that 3 or 4 pound fish is certainly going to be what they want to keep looking for. And I've already seen, just while we've been here close to them, there's some stuff happening in the grass, so they're pointing it out. They're very aware of it. They're making sure they're pitching right on those, whatever's going on. So they're certainly dialed in. Like he said, they're just trying to figure out exactly what's going on today. We're going to back off of them just a little bit, let them kind of have their space, but we'll certainly stick around this area. The fog is lifting up. If we can pan over to the left a little bit, I can see 5 or 6 boats now. One more just idle. There's another boat behind us. So there's 7 or 8 boats in this creek that we're in. And this is the first time all morning we've been able to see across this creek. So I don't know. The sun's getting out a little bit. We're able to see the fog's lifting. So things are changing. Hopefully that's going to make the bite pick up for everybody. And these two certainly are hoping that's the case. I know they'd love to see their 5th victory, which would take them to the record holder, if I'm not mistaken, of the most Alabama Bass Trail wins. I believe right now they're tied with Kobe Carden and Chris Rutland for the most victories on the Alabama Bass Trail at 4. So this would make, if they were to pull off the win, would make their 5th win, putting them at the most wins ever, which would be a pretty awesome feat. So we're going to stick around this area and, again, just waiting on this bite timer to go off. Because I know there's enough guys in here that when that timer goes off, they're swinging.
We are caught up with team Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Boat number 187. Guys got 1 fish in the box and he was about to swing on one. Man, that looked good. I was setting you up so perfect too, boy. That looked good.
I mean, he rolled up.
Yeah, he was rolling all around it. We're in the back of the creek a little bit more than where we were earlier. And these guys are just kind of working the grass here. You did see that fish, if on camera, kind of roll around a little bit. He just missed the bait like 2 times. So there's fish in the area. And as Darian was saying, that bite timer may be getting close to going off over here. Once again, it's boat number 187, Delano Green Jr.
my AirPods are giant. One of them died. One of them died all the way. So you keep yours in.
Delano Sr. is making a move here to change up his frog, going with looks like it'll be a popping frog. Had a soft plastic top water on before. I think he's going to maybe just try to stir the pot a little bit here. Cameraman can watch him work it across. There is a couple fish in this area for sure. This is the kind of time when you know, guys have said earlier that they're just run the bank quick, and when they get a bite, they will take a minute and slow down when they get that bite and get that action. There's a couple fish around. So they do have one fish in the box. He said about 2.5 pounds. Would definitely take this upgrade at this point. The sun is coming up a little more. Hopefully it's going to burn this fog off for us, and we'll get to move around and get some more guys for you. This is the third stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division from Neely Henry Lake. Brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, presented by Phoenix Boats. Looks like they're going to move around the other side and take another approach. Another little grass patch up there. See some more of Darien's famous white water birds working the bank just ahead of us.
Live is sponsored by Amherst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Here we are back on the water, made a little bit of a run a little bit further south into another creek, and just now pulling up on a boat. According to my tracker, I thought this is a boat, but it doesn't look like them. So I'm going to have to get up to them to see what their boat number is. This is not the team I thought it was, I don't think. Hey guys, what's your boat number? 74. This is boat 74. Chet Cleland and Adam Willingham. How's it going so far this morning, guys? Pretty slow. You got any in the box? Two. What kind of size? 14 inches. Okay. Two. He's got two in the box. He said they're just keepers. You feel like these fish are pulling this area to spawn? So I'm not sure how much of that you got. So he said a couple weeks ago the water was up and the fish in here were biting pretty good, and then the water dropped down a little bit. He said he was actually still able to catch them, and then now that it's come back up, he's said it's gotten slow again. So, you know, these lakes this time of year that fluctuate in water levels, it can really make it tough to target them this time of year. It really shuts them down. When these fish are wanting to move in shallow to spawn, but then the water starts fluctuating, they get real nervous. They don't want to set up and spawn and create their bed and go through that process and have the water come out on them and it be high and dry. So I see that a lot in lakes where we see fluctuating water, especially places where it can happen really quick. It can really just make it tough on the fishermen in order to, you know, find ways to target them. You know, lots of times the fish are still here in the area. It's just a matter of, you know, slowing down, and we've seen a lot of teams fishing real slow today, and that's what it takes. There's just too much color in the water in most places here on this lake to truly sight fish when they set up on bed. But you see, like these guys are doing, they just fish real slow, you know, either wacky style rig baits or something that you can move slow along the bottom, and you're just kind of hoping that you get into a bed area or an area that these fish are trying to protect, and they'll go ahead and pick up your bait and you can set the hook and get them in the boat. And that process can be tricky as well. Just because they bite doesn't necessarily mean you can get them hooked good either. So it can be a frustrating time to fish. It really tests the anglers. Got to really kind of stay focused on what's going on and try not to get too spun out if things go bad. Okay, I believe Darren is on another team now. Darren, give us an update of what's going on there now.
Yeah, man. So we're still on Mitch and Candler, and just again, the last time that we talked, we said that the fog had cleared up, and nearly as soon as we said that, Mitch set the hook and missed one, and then Mitch caught one probably 3 or 4 minutes after that. So almost, in a 20-yard stretch, they had 2 bites. And they are fishing extremely methodically, making pinpoint casts, working the bait. You can tell they know there's fish in the area, and they're fishing that way. They're picking everything apart, working their bait slow, and even some casts are hitting the exact same cast multiple times, whether it's under the same tree or a limb or a point out of the grass. They're certainly picking this thing apart, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We're in a creek that looks all the same. It's like if this picks up, it seems like they're going to be able to fish this entire creek and catch a lot of fish. So that's going to be very interesting to continue to see what happens. We're about to jump around to a couple other boats. Again, there's just a lot going on in this creek as far as several different anglers and different styles of fishing. But one thing that I'm noticing is as I just look through this creek, I can see several different guys. Some of the guys are moving very, very fast, and some of them are moving extremely slow. So I can't wait to get to some of those other guys and kind of get a fishing report based on different lures or baits, whatever they're throwing, to see for the viewers what's working and what's not. Obviously, we can't talk to the guys and say, hey, those guys back there are fishing faster and they're catching them, but it's going to be fun for TV anyways to see what's going on. So y'all stick along. I think it sounds like things are picking up. Like, you can tell the anglers are moving around the boat more. There's a lot of positive energy in the boat. So I feel like we're talking about the time that we've been talking about all morning, which is when they're going to start biting. And I think, guys, if y'all are just tuning in to the live stream, fishing has been in the area that I'm in particularly. We're just a little bit north of takeoff, and fishing has been a little bit slow this morning. It's been extremely foggy, but as you can see, the sun's out, and Mother Nature is coming alive, and it just seems like the fishing's about to get really good. Everyone that we've talked to said they had a pretty good practice, and so also several people said they didn't really catch a lot of fish till after 9 a.m. And so we're getting to that time. Things look like it's about to get right. For the boat that we're on is Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Again, they've won 4 Alabama Bass Trail events. They've won here before. They know what they're looking for. They're fishing to win, obviously, and they're fishing very methodically, fishing as clean as you could, I guess. I don't know if they've missed fish, but they're certainly picking these areas apart to maximize the fish that they found and maximize the opportunities to catch those fish. So I know all the people who are watching live right now are seeing all this grass and the fog getting out of here, and they can hear the birds. It's a spring in Alabama, Lake Neely Henry, and you know what that means is the fishing's typically really good. We haven't seen it yet, and I know that every single person watching this live is just waiting on that moment. We are too in the boat. It's like it just seems like it's any minute. I'm looking in this pocket. I see Mitch looking in this pocket, and he's like, yeah, it's about to go down right here. If I know specifically the people on Facebook, if you guys don't mind, if you're watching the live stream, it helps us out a ton. If you hit that like button down on the bottom left, there's a like and a heart, and if you hit it one time, that's good. But if you hit it about 5 to 10 times, that tells Facebook and all the people on the internet that we're doing a great job here. And a share would help as well. So if you share the video, obviously more people are going to be able to see it. And as this fishing gets going, there's going to be a lot of people who want to see this. So if y'all don't mind, share this video, and the fishing will pick up right.
I'm on boat 56, Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese, and I've already talked to him here briefly. They've only got one fish, about 3 pounds. And he said that he had to cover a lot of water. He first stopped in an area that he got a lot of bites in practice and didn't get any bites, and he's having to move around quite a bit, make some adjustments. He's covering a lot of water until he comes to specific targets, and he slows down and hits those targets. This is an area here, you can see they're covering water, throwing buzz baits. Just a shallow flat with scattered grass. You know, these are areas you're expecting these fish to kind of move up in at, you know, we're in the spawn cycle. All right, these guys are moving. They're, like you said, they're not going to waste a lot of time. It's going to cover a lot of water. We're one of the teams that typically catch fish just about everywhere we go. Had some success on this lake as well, so. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Mitch, you think throughout the day anyone's going to be sight fishing? Have you seen any?
I've seen a couple small ones. I didn't look a whole lot. I was getting bit, so I just kind of quit looking.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm sure somebody will catch some.
That wall right there. See it?
I think one really neat thing about the Alabama Bass Trail is the fact that it is a team event. Adds a whole new kind of layer to how you fish events. And one thing that's really neat, a Candler, I guess, just saw something. I think he said it was a stump, and he called it out and they pointed out. You could see it on camera there. You saw him point at something just to make sure. I think Mitch had a topwater on that he wanted to make sure he hit that spot. And so it's neat to see how you can incorporate teamwork, real teamwork into an event versus some of the other tournaments that are more of a one-man thing. And so if you miss something, you just missed it. But it's cool having a second set of eyes and a second set of lures even to follow behind different baits. Mitch casted in on that spot twice, and then Candler immediately casted in right behind him. So I think that, from what I've seen, and even when I fished ABT, the guys who work this event as a team certainly stand out from the guys who just fish one man in the front and one man in the back, and they're really just fishing it, two solo guys versus a team event. And it makes a big difference, and you can see the way they're picking apart this lake. Okay. Can you give me a description of what you're fishing here? So there's a road bed that runs down through the middle of this pocket. And there's
Okay.
a little hump right down the side of it.
Okay. All right. You think these fish spawn out here on this hump?
The two that we've caught are pretty small.
Okay.
I kind of feel like that's what they're doing. It's a rocky bottom.
Right. It's a place they can kind of move up and move in and out on. Basically, it becomes a shallow spot here right in the middle of the creek, so there's good water depth all around it. Most of these creeks have a lot of bait, so fish has everything they need to hang out here, and it's starting to pay off for these guys. 4-pound spot and a 2.5-pound spot.
Another channel.
Once again, we talked about teamwork before. There's two teams doing two different things. So hanger on the back of the boat's throwing a crankbait, and hanger front's dragging something a bit more of a slower presentation. Got a little bit of a mishap there, though. This is boat 35 Sydney Pointer and Michael Pointer. So we've been on a couple of other teams close to this area, and we thought they'd just caught a fish when we first pulled into this creek, and then we saw them catch another one earlier. We were just too far away to get it on camera, but definitely wanted to stop on our way out, see what's going on. This is another one of those kind of areas that these fish can kind of move in and out of. Well, we've kind of hopped around a little bit and hadn't really seen much yet, but it's still early in the day. Looked like he had a bite there. Didn't hook up on it. So because of the wind blowing, and it's not a lot of wind, but it's a little bit, he's kind of having to hold his boat in an awkward position. It kind of makes it where they're both having to cast out towards the back of the boat. Kind of make it a little bit trickier when you're in a team tournament like this. And you know, this is actually, there's a road bed that comes out of this pocket and goes all up against the bank. So if these fish don't spawn out here, that road bed can actually lead them into spawning areas if they want to go towards the bank and spawn. But I'm convinced a lot of these fish will spawn out here in open water as long as it's shallow enough and they have what they need. And there's usually enough stumps and different cover in these rocky areas, that, especially spotted bass, that they can certainly spawn out here. Not all fish go straight to the bank to spawn. A lot of those shallow bank areas get beat on so much that these little isolated places out here in open water can be really good this time of year. Tend to be a lot less pressure. A lot of these creeks here on Neely Henry are just full of bait and shad. And, you know, I talked earlier about how this lake can really be finicky. I think that has a lot to do with it, that there's such a big shad population that these fish, when they want to feed, they can really decide to do it when they want to. And it kind of makes it really hard to catch them in between those feeding periods. But man, when those windows open up and they do feed, it can really change things in a hurry. It would not surprise me if we hear during the weigh-in that a lot of these teams just had little windows of opportunities where they really caught a lot of fish in a short period of time. Got hooked up here. So far the fish is staying down. Got decent quality in the 2 bites I have here, so maybe this will be another one. Maybe not quite as big. It's certainly not the 4. Good solid fish. I appreciate you bringing that to the camera side.
That's pretty good.
Yes, sir. That's three solid keepers for these guys. You know, you can sit on a place like this knowing the bites may come every 10 to 15, 20, even 30 minutes in between bites. If it's a good solid fish bite every time, you don't have to catch 30 fish to do it. You just need 7 or 8 bites if they're the right kind of bites to catch what you need by the end of the day. As you can see, it's another quality fish. These guys already had 2 fish in the boat. This is number 3 for them. Good solid fish. As you can see here, he's got some of that bait fish hung on a crankbait. That's what these fish are here eating. And there's a lot of that here. He just threw it back in the water, but that's That's probably the third time I've seen him do that. There's so much bait here that the treble hooks on that crankbait actually hooked the bait. And I talked earlier also about that can be good and bad. Sometimes these fish get so keyed into particular bait that in itself can make it kind of a tough, sporadic bite. But lots of times if these guys can be patient and kind of stick in an area, they'll have a chance to catch what they need. Jason, give us an update of where you are now.
Well, we made it back out here to the river, and you know, believe it or not, there are a lot of guys still fishing the river. We made it to boat 22, Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yoakum. They do have one fish in the box. About to set the hook. Oh, he missed on that one. He tried to set a hook earlier when we first pulled up on him. So we may be getting a little fish catching action going here. The biggest news of the day is the fog is 100% gone. So we can now see where the anglers are. They can see where they want to run and get on their spots. So we should have some good fish catching from here on out. As you can hear in the background, guys are starting to make their runs. It's like takeoff all over again.
You know, Jason, it's that time of day that a lot of these teams, they either caught them good early or didn't catch them good, and sometimes they start scrambling. And now that they can see well and can run, it makes it a little bit easier to make that decision to pull up that trolling motor and make some changes.
Yeah,
hooked up on a smaller
seeing
fish
nothing
here.
but changes happening right now.
I think it's a smaller one. I don't think it's quite the size of the others, but it's probably going to be another keeper. So this will be number 4 for him. Yeah, I noticed earlier that crankbait he's using matched that bait fish like almost to a T. It was exact same color, exact same size. Having to get the old needle nose out. You don't want to get a treble hook stuck in your hand. It's best to get the old needle nose and take it easy. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to measure. Here's the old measuring board. That'll tell us for sure. If it keeps, it's barely keeping. Yep, too short. So as you could see, he had to throw that one back. He pulled the culling board out and looked at it, and these fish have to measure 12 inches. Both spotted bass and largemouth have to be 12 inches or greater in order to keep, and that one didn't quite make it, so we had to throw it back. see him inspecting his crankbait. Sometimes when you take the pliers in order to, well, it looks like maybe hung in the net, but sometimes when you unhook a fish with the pliers, some of your treble hooks can kind of bend, especially if they're light wire hooks. Sometimes the way these fish are getting finicky, you want that light wire hook, but it's always good to inspect those and make sure that your hook points are sharp and that they're bent the right way. If you need to make adjustments, make adjustments. But I think his biggest issue now is getting it out of the net. There he goes.
Yeah. He said boat 71. Yeah, so we've slid across. We got a little warm, so we had a little wardrobe change, and we've got over here, these guys are working the inside grass, which is the first time we've seen that so far, up really, really shallow. They've got a aluminum boat so they can kind of float a little bit shallower. I don't know if that's going to be their approach today, but we're going to talk to them as they slide out. The trolling motor's lifted as high as it'll go. So, what boat number did you say you were? What boat number did you say you were? 71. So y'all got 2 in the box. What's a little mid-morning update?
Just caught another small one on that crankbait, but this one's not going to keep either.
Yeah. Is it slower than practice, expected, or?
I didn't really get to practice.
Yeah.
It didn't work out this morning.
Yeah.
So we caught one. He caught one good one, and then we've had one little one since then. We're gonna go try and see if we can't find 3 more.
That's right. Well, you got a long time to do it, so hopefully now the fog's gone, sun's getting out, hopefully we'll start biting pretty good.
I hope so.
Well, good luck, guys.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a good one.
You too. We're going to slide right on back over to these guys. We were on them earlier this morning. They're in the exact same, basically the same spot as this morning. I see a smile, but I don't know if it's a good smile or a bad smile. I don't know if he's confused or happy. I just really don't know what's going on. But I do know he's got a beautiful, he's got a pretty boat. I know that. Very, very pretty Phoenix boat. And have we got any new news from the last time we spoke?
We're down to an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Before we can start getting good.
Y'all are boat number 163?
Yeah.
Okay. Making sure. So, same stretch. We're confident there's fish here.
Well, it's been a long time. How's y'all's day going?
Oh man, our day's going great. We just had a biscuit, took a hoodie off. We're just bouncing around.
Jacks on the water.
We had some jacks on the water.
And didn't even bring us.
Man, I didn't even bring you a biscuit.
Man, yeah, that was the goal today. Get about 23 pounds and then go to Jack's and get us the dinner on the.
Yeah.
Wait till weigh in.
That's right. Hey, maybe it'll still happen. Maybe y'all catch jacks for lunch.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm working for me.
Yeah.
yeah, this is because you can get Jack who pull up there and get it on the water here.
Yeah. Give them a $4 tip, and they'll probably walk it down to you and everything. So, I missed what you said. Y'all did catch more, or you haven't caught any more?
We only got 2.
Gotcha.
Just burning some time until about 11 o'clock, and then light's been getting good around 11 for us.
Okay. There's a new update for all the live viewers. Is he says the bite's getting good around 11. So, the interesting thing about that is you got to grind through the morning and understand and know that you're, it may not start out as hot. He's like you said, we're waiting until 11. They've both mentioned it. We got an hour and a half till the bite's going to get good. So it's really like any fish leading up to that point is maybe not a bonus fish, but there's certainly a lot to look forward to. That's one of the fun things about really getting dialed in on biting windows and time frames is looking forward and knowing when to be at the area that you want to be at, not just randomly hoping to pull up there and catch them. So a lot of confidence, a lot of fun in the boat. They're claiming that if they catch 23 pounds, they're going to go spend the afternoon at Jack's or somewhere nearby Jack's and enjoy a Jack's, probably I don't know, big jack with bacon and just chill in the Phoenix and you know, have one of those old school Timmy Horton days, huh?
If we get 23 pounds, but we'll share it though. We're not gonna be stingy like.
Well, I will be right there beside you if that happens.
Yeah, what kind of jack y'all want?
I'll be right. I'll do a number 4, no pickle.
Okay.
I'll do a number 4, no pickle. Well, guys, we hope y'all catch them. We've got a bunch of people on Facebook watching on all different social media platforms. So, anything y'all want to say?
No.
Y'all
Have
just
fun.
have fun. We're going to run around and have fun. See if we can find some more guys. And good luck.
Thanks. See y'all.
See you, man. All right, we're looking over to Jason right now. We've got some fish on.
Well, it looks like we got a little one here. Not gonna keep. They do have one fish in the box. We are still on boat number 22, Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yocum. If you're looking for a landmark of exactly where we are, if I get my camera guy to pan all the way hard to the right, all this talk this morning about jacks on the water, that is the jacks on the water here in Neely Henry. I can't give you an update about the jacks. The drive-through is wrapped all the way around the building, but at the boat ramp, there is, looks like one guy at the drive-through at the boat ramp, at the boat dock. So one guy in line. So I would recommend this morning, if you're coming by boat, to go ahead and make your way on down here. There's one boat in line, not much waiting. If you're a car driver, you're gonna be wrapped around the building to get you some nice tasty jacks this morning, but I guarantee you, it is worth waiting for. Guys, it'd be a good time right now to run over to Jack's and get us a biscuit.
I know. That sounds pretty good right now.
It does, doesn't it?
Let's go to breakfast in the RV over at River Country.
Oh, okay.
Well, we don't do that, we'll go to Jack's.
It's the only lake I know that you have a drive up in the boat at Jack's.
Good jack up there.
Guys, what was the game plan for this today? I know the fog probably changed it up a little bit, but was this?
This ain't what we're gonna start out on the pearling, throwing a frog, chatterbait, shallow. Got her hunt broke early. Lost the big one on the frog. Maybe we get a big bite early and come out here and try to catch some back in spots. Have a big bag. Off the lake record spot 2 years ago was 655 down here.
The way it just starts to broaden out right here, and the current kind of crashes in right here pretty hard.
That other turbine will turn on probably about 11 o'clock. We'll hit this spot again. That form an eddy out here. We'll push the shadow back up in here. Many boats, you want to try to hit it every time you come through. I do. Caught 13 pounds on this point last Saturday.
Wow.
Boats in these pockets. Yeah, we've been here all week. Almost things starting to bust the top. Got me thinking of the sausage, egg, and cheese.
Man, I can't stop thinking about it.
Let the weights be down today.
Looks like these guys are going to make a move. They said they're wasting time. We're going to get off this spot. Well, if you have not picked up your Jack's Biscuit this morning, you can jump in the drive-thru and grab you one. Grab you a Black Rifle coffee. We're going to take a little break. Be right back here in just a minute. Neely Henry, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee and presented by Phoenix Boats. We'll be right back.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bajio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water.
There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to Neely Henry Lake, guys. Coosa landing here in Gadsden, Alabama for the 3rd stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Current temperature 64 degrees, water temperature is around that 65.5, and that's going to change depending on where these guys are fishing, if they're up closer to the dam, if they're in some of those current seams, if they're fishing shallow water. So I would estimate that we are 62 to 67, depending on where you are on the lake. This is the 3rd stop, and this is a pivotal time for these guys. Points are very important in getting into the Alabama Bass Trail Championship in October on Weiss Lake. And the guys that want to be on Weiss Lake, they should be very familiar with Neely Henry. It's just one lake down from Weiss Lake. So, you know, these guys have put in their work, and it is that time. I think you hear about the golden hour, and I think that's the time that Darian's been talking about. That biting window is about to open up. Skies are clear. The fog is completely gone. Temperatures are warming up. We talked about this in videos earlier this week. The dogwoods have bloomed. Water temperatures overnight are staying in the 60s. You're seeing that fish are headed to bed if they are not already on bed. Right now, we've not been able to see a lot of bedding fish and a lot of guys targeting those because the water's so muddy from the rain that we've received throughout this week. And that's been all over the state of Alabama. This lake is not just kind of on its own. We've seen a lot of rain throughout the week and the weeks leading up to this tournament. Matter of fact, I think it has rained every Saturday in the month of April and probably the last 2 Saturdays in March. I can kind of relate this to with my son being a 3-2 count, and you're just expecting that big hit, waiting on your first baby to be born. I mean, that's kind of what these guys are expecting right now. Like, they're just waiting on that biting window to open up, and they're going to be waiting on that. I mean, I've just got to believe the sun is up. You've got a little bit of wind, 67 miles an hour wind out there right now, so you just got to think that it is that time. I do want to point out one thing that's different today with my apparel. You see the Alabama Bass Trail Autism shirts. Those are live on our website at this point. You can go through our Shopify store, Alabama Bass Trail. We made a short order of these, but we would love for you to have those. We got youth sizes as well as adult sizes. So please make sure you visit our Shopify store. Check those out. Weigh-in is going to start at 2:30 today, but you don't want to hear about all that. Jason is on a boat and they are catching fish, and that's what you want to see. So Jason, tell us who you're on, and I know they just caught a fish. What kind of fish was it? Good one? Small one? What are we looking at? Oh, come on, camera. Come back to us. Oh, I can see it on my camera, guys. You can't see it on yours. We're going to recapture it. There's a replay of it. I don't know what boat number they are. Maybe you can tell from your vantage point who we've got fishing right here. But, man, trying to get an idea of what that fish looks like. All right, go ahead, Jason. Who are you with?
We're on Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. Sorry about the little camera mishap there. I think you did catch the fish catch, though. Well, guys, how many is this? Calling time? Ah, that's what I like to hear. We got ourselves a limit. What kind of size we got?
By the telltale size, this right here was 3.5. We're about 11 feet short.
We're sitting close to 12 pounds?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Is this where you guys been hanging out on the river all day?
No, sir. Went to fish the pocket first thing.
Yeah. It wasn't too far from here, though, I'm going to guess.
Nah, not too bad. Not too far. You don't want to run too far in that fog.
That's right. So as you see, this is fish number 6. So we're going to make a call here. Gonna make it a team effort just so we get the right one. Every ounce counts at this point. Oh, that's a good upgrade.
How's that for a
I'll take that upgrade all day long.
You like him, Kai?
Yes, sir.
You can catch one. Is there something going on here, or was that random? Gotcha. All right, so we just pulled up, and as soon as we slowed down or got off pad, this is boat number 62, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb, and as soon as we pulled up, again, we saw them catch a small one and then set the hook a couple times. And as we got up closer, we asked them, was that random or is there something going on here? And they did say they're blind bed fishing. So they said they saw some and shook some off in practice. The water's getting a little muddier. I'm going to get in a little closer so maybe they can describe it, but they are bed fishing, so they're paying. I know they're real focused in, so we'll keep back as much as we need to. I'll get in a little bit closer. So have y'all got any so far in the boat? So they got a limit. What do you think they weigh so far? Yeah? Yeah. So your blind bed fishing, is it a deal where you could see them in practice, you just can't see them now, or what?
The water clarity in here has been pretty murky all practice. So we just got multiple bites, pitching back to the same spot, and shake them off and pitch back in there.
Sure. So I imagine y'all are just fishing really, really slow then.
Yeah, really.
That's.
Yesterday was probably our best practice day, but it's totally different.
Is that was in other tournaments or practicing? Gotcha. Yeah.
Last weekend, we took everything off. Yesterday, we took everything off. Seen several of them.
We've been around a few guys this morning. You know, I've just seen guys catch a couple here and there.
Moving bite deal really didn't happen more today. It's totally different conditions than yesterday.
Is that how it was for y'all in practice?
And they were fishing fast. That's for the viewers. That's something that's really important. We've seen all morning, and we've heard it in our comms. Is they just mentioned they pulled in a pocket. They see three boats in there, and it was a pocket they wanted to fish. But they noticed those guys just burning the bank and fishing really fast. Whereas they said that they've had a lot more success slowing way down, and they're fishing the slowest of any boats I bet we've seen this morning. And it's paying off. They've got 5 in the box. Said they've got 2 good ones. I don't know if we get to see one right here. Maybe. There we go. There's a good one. For sure. Is the other one about that size too? A little smaller. So that was a big one. So they've certainly got a good start to the morning. He did also mention, we've heard this, is that the bite has been picking up a little bit later in the day. So they've certainly got a really good start to the mid-morning now. And it's cool to hear that they're doing something a little bit different than what we've seen a lot of the boats that we've covered. Is they're talking about fishing extremely slow, and it's working for them. So it's going to be an interesting. Again, we're in a creek, a pretty big creek, a little bit up the lake. There's a lot of boats in here, and so without, I don't want to necessarily be too loud. There's several boats around, but I think they're doing something a little bit different than what we've seen, which is.
There'd be a lot of pressure, and
time on unproductive stretches, though.
Sure. Are y'all going to fish this whole creek?
No.
No, we've got just little 20, 30-yard stretches. We're just bouncing around a bit.
Gotcha.
We fished this whole creek.
Yeah.
In practice.
Just found a couple key stretches in the whole creek. Gotcha.
Yesterday we got some bites on a moving bait here, and we had our hooks covered and stuff, and we had several real big bites.
That just wasn't going on today.
Yeah, we couldn't get that to work this morning. Later in the day, yesterday, we had some areas that we pulled up and seen the fish, and who knows if it's going to happen today.
Sure.
Bacon.
Let's go.
That's what we're doing. They're just spawning. You can't see them, you know. It's something we do a lot back home in Pickwick. That'll be a pretty easy decision.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find them. It's probably that one.
I think it's yellow.
Yeah, I think it's yellow. You got one, that one's not on anything, right?
Yeah, one's not on there. We call in, it's going to be a good day.
That's a pretty good call.
I'd say so.
It's yellow.
Almost.
We like the camera boats. We're always cold when y'all show up.
Pick it up, swing off of us.
Let's swing over here and catch it.
All right.
Darian, you've been here as an angler and you know kind of what that feeling is like. I mean, they're already calling. How cool is that? Talk about that fish.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. We and the cool thing is you can hear the confidence in their voice, and they're fishing. We saw this earlier with Mitch and Candler, but they're fishing as a team 100%, and it again that pays off. And as soon as the fish catch happened, his partner, as soon as he set the hook and he realized he netted it, the other anglers pitching in immediately right back to the same spot, and they have said that they're bed fishing, so they're hoping there could be another fish there on that bed. I'm trying to be a little quiet. There's several people around, but very, very interesting. Like Kay said, that's a moment in a tournament that you live for. Like that's what the ABT is about. Is that exact moment? They're dialed in. Essentially, just called a shot on it, and then it happened. So very cool. I know that was a good feeling for them. That was a big coal. I don't know. I would guess that was probably a 2-pound coal. And so that's what you need to be able to win these kind of tournaments, or at least place really high. We've got a unique opportunity here.
As well, so.
That's good. So we've got a unique opportunity here. We're going to actually jump over. We've got a boat to our right. We're just fishing a real narrow pocket, so we're able to kind of cover both these guys. And guys, what boat number are y'all?
51, Sean Camp, Craig C.
Okay. So I've got a unique opportunity here to cover two guys at the same time. Obviously, y'all just saw them catch one, but it looks like y'all are fishing slow too. Yeah.
It's kind of a grind, just kind of methodical, just just picking it apart piece by piece.
Awesome. Have y'all? What have you got in the box so far?
We've got two. We got a 2-pounder and a 1-pounder.
Yeah.
Small. We haven't got a big bite yet.
Yeah. Well, I think I've said this multiple times today. I don't want to talk too much, but it is unique to see in some areas, like both of y'all are fishing pretty similar as far as the speed y'all, this boat and that boat behind us are fishing, whereas we've seen several guys this morning fishing really fast. Have y'all slowed down today, or have y'all been fishing like this the whole day?
We've done both.
Yeah.
We were fishing some grass lines with some, floating worms and things like that, covering some water. Got some bites. We slowed down a little bit and thought we might be able to, just have a group of fish or something in an area, but it kind of went dry. So we went around the corner, changed up techniques a little bit, started flipping and stuff, and slowed down when the sun came out to see if we could just pick them apart that way.
Yeah.
We really haven't got on a big pattern as far as exactly where they're at.
Sure. Well, we've it seems like there's a little action going on this creek, so hopefully
maybe it'll pick up.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. It definitely seems like since the suns came out, things have, you can just tell things are happening now than they were this morning. It seemed to be really, really slow this morning.
It was slow. We did get one of our bites, the 2-pounder, kind of when the sun poked up just a little bit.
Yep. Cool. We're going to hang around. If we get close to you again, we'll come talk, and otherwise we'll be just poking around, see if we can find some fish. Good luck to you guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, when's the video shoot back here?
I don't know, man. They need to sooner than later, huh? There we go. We missed one on the side of the dock.
.53, Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins, 2 fish in the box, about a pound or 2 pounds each. And still working the main river here. Bank grass, those kind of things. Water does have a lot of color to it. Boat. 153, Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins. This team is no stranger to the top of the leaderboard. They have won Wheeler before, last year actually, so these guys know what it takes to get it done on the ABT.
Sounds like Jason's covering some guys down on the lower end or a little bit south of us, but one thing that we're noticing up here is it's really interesting to see as the just viewer watching all of this happen is the boats in the same area fishing behind one another, fishing a little bit different in certain ways, although it seems similar. Man, it's very cool to see what's going on as they're working around each other. The cool thing I think about the Alabama Bass Trail is everyone understands, these are all working men and working women, and it's a really fun, like the trail, the atmosphere, the camaraderie. These guys just work in the same little tiny skinny pocket and working around each other. I just think that's awesome. Like, that's what this is all about, enjoying a Saturday and fishing to try to win $10,000. And look, these guys are within 20 feet of each other. They're going to make a little run, but man, what an awesome deal this is to see all these guys fishing around and some fish are getting caught. I'm looking across the creek now. I can see a guy. He's 100 yards away. He's reeling one in, a little small one, but things are happening. For all of you, we'll wait till he idles past. It's a little loud, so I'll give it just one more second. But for all of you, I know there are a lot of people watching on live, wherever you're at, Facebook, YouTube, honestly, all of the other places that we could be live at. I know there's a bunch of streaming going on, but I wanted to remind you we're on Neely Henry Lake. This is the Alabama Bass Trail third stop. This is an extremely important event for these guys. This is a kind of pivotal point in the season where if you're doing good up to this point, you need to keep doing good. And if you're not doing it, this is a point where you can turn it around and still make the championship. And so you can see these guys are really thinking. No one's giving up. It's not towards the end of the season. You're not doing that. Like it's the time where they're really, really dialed in. Everyone we've pulled up on is on it. One thing I ask is if you're watching live right now, there's a like button at the bottom. I've asked this all morning, but it truly does help us a ton. Hit that like button, and if you hit it once, but then hit that sucker about 5 good times or 10. It tells Facebook, it tells whoever you're watching that we're doing a good job on live. The views go up, and that's what we want at the end of the day. We want more people to be able to watch this fishing. And if you know someone who's fishing this tournament, there's 200 and bunch, I don't know, 225 people fishing this event, 225 boats. And if you know someone fishing this event, hit the share button down on the bottom and share this video so more people will see it. That's what we're all about, out here trying to film fishing and cover this awesome tournament on Lake Neely Henry in Gadsden, Alabama. We're gonna hop down. I don't know if Jason is still on someone else or Kenny's on someone else, but it sounds like they're on another boat. So we're gonna turn over to them, hop over and try to catch some more fishing coverage on some more anglers, and we'll see you back here in just a second.
Here we are on boat 64. It's John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. These guys won the first event in the North Smith Lake, and if I remember right, they're currently leading the Angler of the Year points for this year. They've had 2 good tournaments, so just pulled up on them. I was going to get close enough, then they got hung up on the corner of that dock. Had to get in there and get it unhung. Didn't want to get in too close to this dock, but we'll find out here in just a minute what they have. How's it going so far today? Slow? What you got in the box? 3? Okay. That's not good.
Not a good start this morning.
Yes. Looks like you guys are covering a lot of water, though. Is that kind of your game plan to keep moving?
Now it is.
Okay.
Get good stretches and get a limit on both.
Right.
They can go back after a couple big doesn't.
Okay. So he's got 3 small fish. He's had a 4 and a 3 get off this morning. Says he's going to cover some water, trying to fill out their limit at a few places that they think they can go back through and potential maybe catching a bigger fish. But right now his focus is trying to get his limit. When you're in the points race and trying to have consistent finishes, it is important that you do get your limit. So I kind of understand the premise of what they're doing here. You know, we've talked a lot about, you know, we expect the weights to be good, and it's going to take, 20 or better probably to win this tournament. But the other thing we're going to see is these weights are going to really stack in real tight. And a pound for these teams can make a big difference in placement. And it's a big deal. These teams are trying to make it to the championship at the end of the year, but also they want to finish top 6. We do send teams to the Bassmaster Team Championship Tournament, so teams are certainly trying to do that as well. So it's important to try to take advantage of everything you can and finish as high as you can, get as many points as you can. The other thing that we'll see, and we've had a pretty good opportunity to see a lot of boats on the water this morning, but we're going to go off live before 11 o'clock, and man, that still leaves a lot of time for these anglers. There's a lot that's going to happen this afternoon. That fog, I really do think, had an effect on some of these teams. And I really think now that the sun's out, it's going to heat up the water a little bit. This afternoon is going to really change things. And the teams that make the right adjustment this afternoon can really make a difference in what they bring to the scale. So, man, I expect it to be a really exciting weigh-in. It usually is. And this one should be no different. A lot of fish will be brought in. The weights can be really tight. So I always look forward to see, how that happens. We get a decent view of what happens on the water with this live coverage, but then, hearing what the difference is between the time we go off and the time these guys actually check in to weigh in. It's always real interesting to hear how that goes. There'll be teams that will have missed opportunities and teams that will be taking advantage of the opportunities. Nice sunny day. I'm starting to see pleasure boaters get out. Families come out and a little crappie fishing going on. Darren was talking about the wildlife waking up earlier. I think the human life's starting to wake up on the lake as well. Really seeing a lot of teams doing the same thing. And I mentioned earlier, this water's so murky, it's hard to, run around and look for bedding fish. A lot of lakes, you see where these guys can kind of run around and actually look at them. There's so much color in the water here, it's really hard to look at them. They know areas that these fish are typically going to pull up and spawn, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to, work slow and methodical in those areas and hope that they run across an area where a fish is trying to be protective and they can get the bite. Darren, I understand you may be on another team. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, again, this was the boat that we saw when we were talking to those last guys. I said I saw a boat about 100 yards across the creek from us, and I saw them catch a little one, and so we pulled up on them. It's boat number 107. They said that they do have 5 fish, and we haven't talked to them necessarily about the size yet. I kind of wanted to just sit back there, working this point, and fishing again. Like
There's quite a few boats in here.
Very, very slow. They're throwing at the grass, but they're not really swimming anything really fast through it. They're fishing slow and methodical. And for us, in our boat, we've seen that's been the trick today, is the faster moving baits are not working yet. And I'm not even going to talk to these guys yet. I'm going to get a little bit ahead of them. I gave them a heads up. We've seen a little bit of, I don't know if it's shad jumping or what, right off this point, but there's something happening on this bank that they're on for sure. So we're just going to watch these guys fish. If they've got 5, maybe they're the ones we need to learn something from. So we're just going to sit back for a second and watch what they're doing. They're definitely throwing some sort of plastics right at the edge of the grass. And it looks like there's a lot of these places, there's like 2 grass lines. So we're kind of throwing at the back grass line and then slowly working their bait through the first one, through the closer grass line to us. So we just got told we've got 45 minutes left of live coverage, and I'm curious to know for y'all specifically if you believe that the first half of the day is going to be better or the second half of the day is going to be better based on your practice. What do you think?
I think the second half is probably going to be a little better today.
Okay.
We caught them quick this morning, before the sun got up good. But as this water warms up, these fish are coming in.
Interesting.
Yeah. They're reloading pretty quick.
That's good to hear. How much weight do you think y'all got so far?
10, 11 right now.
Yeah.
We've called twice.
That's good.
So,
well, if they're reloading and the big ones are coming, then you're at a good spot right now for sure.
That's what we're thinking. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Been targeting point.
That's right. Has it pretty much been the same bait y'all are throwing? Was the same thing this morning?
Yeah, pretty much. We got on a little bit of a pattern with it first thing, and that's what we caught on, but one fish on.
Yeah. I won't describe exactly what y'all are throwing, but I know that y'all are throwing the same thing, so I imagine y'all got it pretty dialed in as far as practice.
We're throwing plastics right now, and we had some chatterbaits, spinnerbaits, and stuff like that last week that we were throwing that had a little bit of success with them, some moving baits, but the water's cooled off almost 10 degrees from what it was last Thursday.
Really?
When I fished down here, and that tends to change their reaction for something.
Sure.
They don't necessarily want anything on top like a buzz bait or anything. I'm sure there's some somewhere that maybe will do that, but it seemed to work better for us just to slow down and throw some worms in there because this fish positioning where they want to spawn.
Very interesting. 10 degrees cooler.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Cooled off a lot.
I had some backwaters I went in last Thursday with 77 degrees, and I'm looking at 66 right now.
Wow, that's a big deal.
It's big. It's big. There's a lot of fish in this creek, and it's a matter of, they get a cold night, they move out a little bit, but as the day warms, they'll start getting back up there again.
It's funny that we've seen several guys bouncing around, running, and every one of them that we've talked to aren't catching them as well as the guys who are fishing a lot, like really, really slow like y'all are. And I think, like you said, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Now, this afternoon, it warms up a little, things may change. They may get a little more aggressive, and the moving baits will catch more fish later.
Sure.
But for now, it ain't happening.
Sure.
But we're keeping an eye on the water temperature, and every now and then we'll pick a spot and use trick worms, buzz baits, and chatterbaits.
That's right.
And then we'll go back, if we don't get bit, we go back to doing what we're doing.
That's right. Well, cool. We're going to slide back and just keep an eye on you and watch around. Right. So we appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Good luck, guys. It's funny that recently I was talking to someone about fishing, and they said that, I don't remember their exact quote, but it was something along the lines of someone who fishes old school around the spawn wins. And the reason is there's so many fish, like he said, they're setting up to spawn, they're getting close, they know where they're wanting to go to. But specifically like today, they're not moving around a ton. So fishing this slow, fishing this old school, we've seen the last three boats that we've talked to. I'm going to call it old school because they're just dragging a worm. And you see some guys running around picking up all these different rods, firing chatterbaits, moving baits as fast as they can, running and gunning. They're not having as successful of a morning as the guys who are, just really, really slowing it down. So it's funny that I heard that recently, but we're seeing it play out right here in front of your face. And I think as a tournament angler, it's very easy to get in that new school way of fishing where you're just bouncing around, running around, because you see that happen a bunch. But here we go, proving this is they're as old school right now as you can in that boat. Just slow down, throw a worm at the edge of the grass, and work it slow. And they're extremely confident. They said the bites picked up in the second half of the day throughout practice. So it's cool to hear that. I think that's going to make for a really interesting tournament. The weigh-ins are going to be fun to watch for sure. We're not going to be able to go live on Facebook the entire day for sure, but the weigh-ins are going to be something that you certainly want to make sure you tune into this evening, this afternoon, because I have a gut feeling that the slow fishing this morning is going to change for sure. So it sounds like we've got maybe some more action happening lower into the lake. I don't know. Is that true, Kenny?
119. How many fish you got?
We got 5 right now.
What kind of size you got?
Probably sitting on, I don't know,
13, 14 pounds. You said 119?
Yes. We ain't killing it right now.
Boat number 119, Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. Got 5 fish in the box.
Hey, what'd I call that bird earlier? A big white water bird?
Yeah.
That's him right there.
Yep.
I was pushing that dog. I named it Neely Henry. Yeah.
No, sir, we really haven't.
Huh?
Not really.
It's been early yet.
Has it been later in the day for y'all as well? Yeah, I would consider all the morning fish just a little bit of bonus.
Huh?
All the morning fish are just bonus fish.
Just stopped here on boat 118, Brandon Staggs and Rodney Long, fishing a long point here. Throwing Carolina rigs, fishing small. Yeah, he almost bowed up on a hook set here as we were pulling up on him, but I don't know if the fish just dropped it or what. How's your day going so far? No good? I'll get closer. You got one fish?
Yeah.
What kind of size? 2 pounds? Okay.
Very few bites so far. A lot of fog this morning.
Right. Right. Do you think the bite will pick up as the day goes on?
anything like it's been the last 2 days, no.
Okay.
Not for us anyway. Don't want to grind it, you know?
Right. Been tough on this team. Kind of get the feeling that they were really hoping for a morning bite. You felt the fog really hurt them, not only getting here, but kind of negatively affect the fish as well.
So any of you that got over at catfish, you have a big fish.
He just was telling us that we should go over and watch that guy catching the catfish. He's apparently had a pretty good time doing that this morning. I actually saw some pictures of some ABT anglers during practice catching catfish. They were posting them on social media. Some pretty good ones. Coosa River's a healthy fishery, though, man. There's a lot of fish, a lot of bait, all kinds of game fish. It's not just largemouth and spotted bass, but the whole Coosa chain is just a real unique fisheries, and we're fortunate to have that in the state of Alabama, and obviously the things that Kay's done with the Alabama Bass Trail, and we have a lot of events on Coosa River lakes, and they're all really good. It's just awesome to see what we have in this state, and you know, having 225 boats for these ABT events. These guys show that every time we show up somewhere to fish.
Good, how are you? What boat number are y'all? 212. How many fish you got?
We got 5.
Yeah?
6
I'd make sure you throw one of them back. What's your best 5? They 5 good ones?
No, 3 of them spared, the other 2 like
Yeah. Yeah. So you think the bite's going to pick up, or you think it's just slow and steady all day?
I don't know.
It has picked up?
Picked up for us. Our practice no good at all.
Well, that's good. I'd rather win today than I would yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Today pays 10,000. Yesterday, they don't even pay nothing.
That's right.
Have y'all done most of your damage right here? Just on this stretch? There we go.
We need 2 more like that.
That's right. Looks like we've got a TH Marine conservation coal system. There we go, quick and easy. Clips it right on the bottom lip, so we don't have to puncture holes in the fish. And look how see how fast that coal was using that conservation coal system. Just a easy process.
Anyway, we can pick up 2 or 3 more good for today, but we'll be all right. We just try to get more.
That's right. Well, I mean, like that. I mean, every single ounce or 2 is going to make a big difference in a lake like this, where the weights are always really tight here. So every single coal really does matter.
We pick up 2 more like that one, maybe one a little bit.
That's right. Well, good luck, men. We're going to keep on heading down to the takeoff area.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Y'all hope y'all catch them. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So that was very interesting. It was our first boat that we've pulled up on out on the river, and that was cool. As soon as we pulled up on them, they caught a fish. So they said they've caught several on this stretch. There's a lot of current blowing right past where they're at, but there's a little, you definitely can't see this on the camera, but there's a big eddy where they're sitting at, right, so they're really not even in too much current. They're right on the line of it, so to the right of them is pretty slack, to the left of them is pretty swift current. And so we'll sit here for a little while, see if they can put together some more fish. He said the bite's picking up, so hopefully. I mean, I don't know if our boat's just good luck or not, but honestly, every time we pull up on somebody, they've caught one today. To me, that sounds like good luck. Are we getting another hook set? No more hook sets. These guys are using spot lock, just stay on the exact same spot, same cast. He's hitting the exact same target every single time, and he's just letting his bait drift down with the current. It was very, very common for the Coosa River, anywhere that's got current. The Coosa River, Tennessee River, you see a lot on Pickwick when we go to tournaments there. Same type thing where you're letting your bait wash down with the natural flow of the river, and it's just a really, really natural presentation for the fish. Any of them who are down there on the bottom, that current's going right over their heads, bringing whatever bait they want right across the top of their heads. And I would imagine there's some rocks down there, and they're just sitting right behind a rock or some sort of current break where they can have a good ambush point on whatever bait swims past them. So really, really good pattern and strategy to just kind of camp out on a spot like this, especially if you know that there is something creating that current break or eddy that you can keep your bait coming over the top of. I don't know if it's possible, but we've got a comments, put them down below, and through the power of the people talking in my ears, we can get some of those comments read out. I know Kay's back at the takeoff ramp in the trailer, and I know she's got probably some Facebook feeds pulled up. So if you got any questions, fire them away. We'll try to see if we can get answers, or maybe we can figure them out ourselves. Who knows? So if we got any questions, comment them down below, and we'll see if we can get them answered for you. All right, it sounds like Kenneth has got some action going on down the lower end of the lake. Kenneth, what you got?
Well, I don't have angler action here, but earlier this morning I started off with Black Rifle coffee. I had the first sip of the day earlier, but they got the cold brew as well. And the sun's come out, it's heating up, so I'm transferring over to the cold brew. So I'm gonna pop this bad boy open. Go ahead and get a sip of it. Black Rifle's got you covered, whether it's first thing in the morning or throughout the day. Always go with Black Rifle coffee.
Boat number 158, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Guys, got one fish in the box. Man, that guys have been saying all day the bite got better during the day. Is that kind of what's been thought process for y'all?
One early, got 2 or 3 bites, and hadn't had a bite since.
Okay, how was practice?
Thursday was good. We had good fish Thursday.
What's changed?
Water. Dropped the water.
Oh.
Water dropped on us 4 inches, 2 hours this morning.
Yeah.
That's hurt us morning. Struggle.
Yeah, but with a name like Fisher, you don't give up.
Oh, yeah. Feel that.
Did y'all locate fish in the backs of pockets and stuff?
Yeah, we did.
And that water pulling out's really definitely affected those because it was already shallow enough.
That filled up. been able to catch much on the main river. No problem.
Yeah.
It's bigger now.
Well, guys, it's about that time. We're going to take a little break here. It's, one more cup of Black Rifle Coffee will get you through this live here. And we're going to come back, and then we're going to switch over to the Bush Light breakdown. So it is about time to pull out some Bush Light and get it in the fridge and get it ready for the weigh-in afterwards. But we're going to take a little break and come right back and break it down all over the lake and tell you what we've seen this morning. So don't go away. Hang out one more segment. We'll be right back.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Cherry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bush Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love the fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking?
This is Kenneth. I'm ready.
At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome to the Bushlight Breakdown. We've had the opportunity to have 3 different cameras on the water all morning long. We've brought you a lot of coverage, got to see a lot of teams. We kind of broke the lake down into 3 different sections. Neely Henry is, depending on where you are on the lake, it can look quite a bit different. Some of the patterns can be quite a bit different. We wanted the opportunity to be able to kind of showcase that. We never know where the winning weight's going to come from, so hopefully we've kind of covered enough of the lake that we've got an idea what it's going to take to win this tournament. And when we see weigh-ins and they start talking about what they did to catch their winning pattern, we kind of have an idea based on what we've seen on the water. So I've covered the lower end of the lake this morning. We actually trailered to about the Highway 77 bridge, put in there. When we put in, it was really foggy. My plan was to go ahead and run on down the lake and kind of work my way back up. I couldn't because of the fog. We had several teams coming down the lake. Fortunately, and these anglers, these guys have a lot of experience on the water. They understand how to be safe. The anglers that were coming through that part of the river were running real slow. They were running in packs where they could kind of keep up with each other and know what's going on around them. Every team we saw was running through there very safe. I was able to pick up on a team pretty quick in the area that I was in. Seen a lot of similar things down here in the lower end of the lake. The consensus is the spawn cycle is kind of stuck in the middle. Some fish may have already spawned. Some fish are kind of in the middle. Water levels have been fluctuating back and forth, so that kind of affects these fish on how they bite. But from what I've seen down here, a lot of guys are struggling. Some guys are doing pretty well, but I really expect this afternoon bite. I mean, we're only on the water, we're coming off at a time where the sun's now gotten really high. If these fish are looking to spawn, they kind of get settled down a little bit better with the sunshine. Some of these teams that keep their head in it, they can get in the right spot doing the right thing, they can really catch what they need. The other thing I've noticed down here is it seems like there's fewer boats per square footage. So if these teams are actually able to come up with a pattern, develop a pattern during the day, figure out exactly what these fish are keying on, they have a chance of kind of running that through multiple creeks, multiple areas of the lake down here, where some of the places further up that Jason and Darren have been, those anglers are so tight in tight quarters, they can't necessarily move like that. They're kind of having to catch what's around them. They can't necessarily just pick up the trolling motor, move to another area and duplicate that pattern. So it'll be interesting to see during weigh-ins what these anglers were able to do in order to be successful. Can it be a team that sits in one little area all day long and kind of milk it, or does it take running around multiple spots, trying to figure out what it's going to take and kind of adjust through the day? So We're going to go to Jason here in a second, and he can give us an idea of what he's seen, but I really expect to see an exciting weigh-in, so be sure to check back with us during weigh-in. Jason, tell us what you've seen today.
So Kenneth, like you know, we focused on the midsection of the lake, which is really primarily a good section of the river. Now there are some offshoots and pockets and those kind of things, but with the fog delay or fog this morning that delayed some of the anglers getting to the spots that they wanted to get to, they all kind of just stopped. And they went to the bank, fishing the bank on the river, and we would see groups of 5 or 6 boats in a row kind of just working their way down the river as well, just kind of waiting for that fog to lift. We had a few boats that were fishing points, and some of those guys said, hey, this is our main spot. This is where we were planning to come. This is where we'd work to get here. And they were actually had caught a couple fish doing that. And then the other team said, hey, we want to make that run downriver, or hey, we want to get back off in a pocket. And once this fog lifts, we're going to be able to do that. So later in the morning, we were able to do that as well. We had worked our way back in the pockets with a couple of those guys, and they were catching fish. And we just left a couple teams here that have pushed off back in the pockets off the main river in dirt shallow water. I mean, it's 3 to no foot water, and really definitely got a lot of stain to the water today. And those guys said, hey, we've caught fish back in here, but then we just got off a team that said, you know, we had really done well in practice on Thursday. And when they pulled the water down, even today, they noticed that it dropped over 4 inches just since we've been here today. That really hurt our fishing. So that already dirt shallow water went to, you know, even more dirt shallow water, and those guys really struggled to be able to boat some fish during that time. So they're scrambling right now, trying to put together a new pattern. There are still plenty of guys out fishing the main river. As we drove down here, we continue to see guys working that main river. There is a good current kind of flowing out there, so guys that know how to fish the river and focus on that bank grass and focus on that wood, they're able to put together a good limit. And we've seen a lot of teams throughout the years really do well fishing the river later in the summer. So temperatures have definitely warmed up today. The fog is clearly out of here, and the sun's high in the sky. So we should definitely see some bigger weights coming in this afternoon because of the later bite in the day. So I know Darian spent some time upriver and got some good fish catches as well. Darian, catch us up on what you saw today.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I think there's a very common pattern between what y'all saw on the lower end and the mid section of the lake and now on the upper end. Is this morning was pretty slow. It was much slower than a lot of guys anticipated, and the water dropping certainly had something to do with it from what they were saying. The water temperature dropping from last weekend was another very neat change, I guess, to the conditions that the lake was fishing in, which is 10 degrees in some areas water temperature dropped, which is a really, really big deal during the spawn. So a lot of guys that may have fished a week or 2 weeks ago, they have intentions on going to these areas and catching some of those same fish. Maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, they were set up further into the spawn. They might have even been spawning fish, and if they didn't fully complete that cycle, we get that cold rain that came in and a 10-degree water drop, those fish pulling off of those areas, whether that's the edge of the grass and they were spawning up in the grass and behind it. Now they're on the grass line forward. And so the boats that we saw that were catching fish were all doing the exact same thing. Throwing plastics, fishing extremely slow, throwing at the edge of the grass, or the place that typically on Neely Henry in April on your standard year, when you think of Neely in April, you think of that grass and you're just swimming a jig all day or flipping all day. When you think of that, you're really close to the grass. It's like these guys were a whole nother cast back throwing at that. And so I think the guy, in my opinion, from what we've seen, is the guy who puts that puzzle together, didn't fish this morning based on the past, but fishes on it based on the current, fishes the conditions. It's extremely hard to do because you go up in those areas catching fish. That's just what you want to do. But the guy or team who can adjust and realize that they're not up there where they were, they're not, and I'm sure there are people who are catching them that way. But for the most part of what we've seen, the guy who can slow down, adapt to today's conditions and what they're seeing, feel the lake, fish the lake, I believe personally that those teams are going to excel. And we haven't seen any big weights. The interesting thing about this tournament that we've seen so far is a lot of 10 to 12 pound consistency. The guys who are catching them, that's where they're at. The guys who aren't catching them have 1 or 2 fish. So it seems like one of those tournaments where 10 or 12 pounds is going to be midday. I would bet that's average. But every single person who's catching them, or sounds like they were catching them, says that the later half of the day is going to be the best biting window from the people that we've talked to. Which brings me to my last point. I think weigh-ins today are going to be extremely interesting and probably a little firework action, because I don't think we've seen the best fishing today at all, based on every single person saying the same thing. I just don't believe that we've seen the best fishing. So make sure y'all tune back into weigh-ins. I'm going to fire it over to Kay. She's going to have some instructions and times for the weigh-ins and where to find it. So Kay, if you're ready, I'm going to throw it over to you. And that's all I've got.
Guys, you know, I'm going to reiterate just what Darian said. I don't think we have seen the actual fishing that is going to make a difference at 2:30 today when we get to weigh in. We've seen a lot of slow fishing today, and I think we expected that. I mean, it's spawning time. You're usually power pole down and really concentrating on that, but we didn't get to see that today. The guys are fishing very slow, very methodically. I know Darian mentioned it once or twice that guys were picking apart each blade of grass, and that's an exciting way of fishing for me. If you're a football fan, a baseball fan, wrestling fan, whatever, you're used to fast action. But if you're in the fishing world and you're in April, you're expected to be slow. I mean, you're not expecting to be covering lots of water. You're really expecting to slow down and really try to concentrate on those bedding fish. And that's what we saw today. I do think we're going to see multiple 20-pound bags today. I think the ladies earlier today said 17 would win. I don't think so. I think it's going to take over 20 to win. I think it'll take about 13 to 14 to get a check here today. So a lot of probably things are focused on the points. And I think that's a really pivotal time for us. Third stop in the Alabama Bass Trail 5 events. So these guys are not only fishing for $10,000, they're fishing for points to get in that no entry fee $100,000 championship later on at Weiss Lake. Get back here at 2:30 today when Darian, welcome to the Alabama Bass Trail team, Darian. Darian will be on stage with John, with Daniel. He'll be showing you all those fish that come across the stage here at 2:30 on Alabama Bass Trail Facebook page, on alabamabasstrail.org, and on Alabama Bass Trail TV. Come back. We can't wait to see you.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.